What's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. We're actually going to do something a little different today. I'm a little sick at the moment. I have an absolutely horrific head cold. It's completely insane. My head just feels like a gigantic rock. I have no idea what's going on. So, yeah, I wanted to stream, but I don't really feel like speedrunning. I don't really feel like doing anything that could be potentially stressful. I'm trying to just relax and get better, you know? So I thought it could be kind of fun to actually just play Valheim normally. And just start a new world. And see how it goes. And see how I feel. You know, if I continue to feel under the weather, you know, we can just continue playing this world. Maybe try and beat it. So yeah, we're just going to have some Valheim chill vibes for a change. Instead of all of the usual craziness. Let me just make sure everything's good with the stream. Also, you guys probably notice we have no camera again. You know what's actually insane about the camera situation? Remember, like, a few weeks ago, I was streaming without a camera, right? Because I said that the adapter that allows me to connect my camera to the stream PC was actually broken. And so I had to order a new one. Fix it. And I did. And I fixed it. The other day, when I was streaming, some people might remember, it was actually during one of the... Hello, Handel. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, during the sponsored stream we did the other day, I don't know if you guys, anyone in the chat remembers, but like, it was like there was a ghost in the stream room, I swear. The camera just randomly fell over for no reason. It was so weird. It was like up on a tripod and it just fell over, right? I went to start the stream yesterday and the camera wouldn't work again. And so I went to inspect the setup, right? I'm just making sure the titles matches on both platforms. I went to inspect the camera to check what was going on. The adapter that I just replaced, it must have landed on it exactly. And the plug that goes into the camera was bent at like 90 degrees. It's broken again. So the last adapter I had it for 10 years. And it just broke a few weeks ago. I replaced it with the exact same adapter because I was like, oh, that last one lasted forever. So I bought the exact same one. And a couple of weeks later, it broke again in the exact same way where the camera just fell on it. So I can't use a camera. So that's why we're going no cam. So yeah, everything looks good with the stream though, right? Other than not having the cameras. Make sure there's titles right on Twitch. What's up, Macan? Hey Nick, how are we doing today? All things considered, I'm not doing bad, mate. What's up, Rainer? I was just explaining when I just started like a few minutes ago, and I was just explaining. What's the title? Speedrunner actually plays game normally. That's what the title's supposed to be on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I'm actually just gonna play Valheim just casually for fun for once. Let's call our character Timmy because we're a Timmy today. who are actually playing casually. Yeah, I've got a crazy head cold, mate. I don't know what it is. My head just feels so insane. It feels like it's full of rocks. So I feel a bit shitty, but other than that, I'm good. I think I'll be fine if I just do something relaxing as opposed to intense, which is why I've just decided to just play Valheim normally today and start a fresh world, just because it's something nice in it to do. I actually feel a bit shit. I wanted to stream today and I just couldn't abide the thought really of speedrunning. Well, I hope you guys are doing good. How you doing, Raina and Makan? Andor. Thanks for coming. I appreciate that. Good to see you having fun and not rushing stuff. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think it is nice. Honestly, we do it so rarely. I've played the game normally so little since like pre-Mistlands, really. You good? Just chilling after American Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone who celebrates over there. Obviously, we don't celebrate in the UK, but I always think it sounds like definitely a nice idea to have a holiday celebrating what we're thankful for. Hope everyone had a good time. The food always looks so good when Americans are just going crazy with the you know, posting images of the food. It always looks amazing. Timmy's World. And I think we're just going to go straight up just like vanilla. No modifiers. Luckily, whatever this illness is I have right now, I think it's just a head cold. Luckily, it's just a head cold. My sinuses, I think, are solid. But the fact that I can talk fine is like a blessing, really, right? When I do this job, because it'd be well shit to stream if I was all snotty. My sister raised her own turkey this year. It was incredible. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Does she have a farm or something? I've actually put the music on for once as well. Thought we'd get the whole experience of playing the game normally. In fact, if I have it like this, we should get the sounds of discovering stuff, right? You just need the music on, don't you? RTS of normal. 0, 50, 50. I'm just making sure my monitor is actually right as well. Right. I've cranked all the graphics up as well. probably going to have to turn up my brightness. I think I might also do this still. So I can still do this. She does have a farm, chicken, turkeys, and pigs for livestock, and alpacas for wool. Oh, that's nice. Sounds sweet. I'll set my brightness up a bit. Whereabouts in America is that? Sounds nice. My God, I do miss this game. I haven't played in forever. Yeah, it's still great. I gotta say, sometimes I do miss playing the game just like normally, which is why I'm doing this today. Let's turn the music up a bit, maybe. I haven't quite decided what I want to do. It's in New Jersey. We're more known as a garden state, but she's starting with livestock for also orchard grows. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I've heard New Jersey's actually very rural. One of the best things I've ever played. Just don't have a lot of time, sadly. I feel you, bud. I'm not using a load of the shortcuts and keybinds I normally use. So I'm just chilling. I don't really care about being like super meta. I might build just like a nice little homestead. I'm sort of a little bored of just doing everything super meta all of the time. You know what I mean? Like digging trenches or building under bases. Be super secure. I just kind of want to maybe just build a nice looking house. Nice looking Viking homestead. What's up, Alex? Good evening. Like in YouTube or watch here, you legend, Alex. Thanks so much for doing that. Hope you're doing good. Building is one of my favorite parts of the game. Yeah, that's it. I like building a lot as well. And I don't really get to do it that much just because it's not really what I do for content. But that's what I'm hoping that we can do in today's stream, is just do a nice little bit of chill building for a change. Ahoy Nick and ahoy chat. What's up, Captain? Stopping by, bud. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, so in case anyone's showing up. Oh, what's up, Mike? Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you as well, mate. Legend. Yeah, I've got like a crazy head cold going on. I'm not feeling too good at the minute. So I just decided to just play the game normally for a change. So I just started a new world. So we can just like relax. Also get better. And I'll see how I feel over the next few days, because if I don't feel any better for the streams, we might just stick to this world for a while. Who knows, maybe we'll actually be able to finish a playthrough for once. I like building, but it's combat and overall progress for me. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's really just what makes Valheim so great is the full package. I think other than the building, there's games that do everything better individually. But the whole thing, and in combination of sort of like the uniqueness of the art style and the sort of almost Zelda-like polish. It's like how it all comes together is my favorite thing. Why does the minimap not show the trail the flight to spawn makes? Because I logged out. I skipped it. I didn't log out, sorry, I skipped the intro. You have to sit through the intro if you want it to show up on the map. I'm not speedrunning today. I'm just playing the game to chill. So I don't care about having the trail. Which is also why I've got the music and stuff on. Usually I don't play with the music. For lots of reasons, really. If I ever have to edit the footage, it could be annoying. But it's primarily just because there is a few audio cues that you're always hearing out for in the speedrun. Well, I kind of want to hear some of the new tunes, you know? Afternoon, Cobalt. That's stuff by the stream, mate. Hope you're doing good. Right. Need to decide where we want our first little base to be. It's honestly kind of nice. Having our spawn bees close to the ocean. Trophy, please. Right. Yeah, I think now's a good time to start looking. Let's head back to spawn. I knew that was going to help him escape. Oh, boar. That's really good. I don't want to lose that other boar. Oh shit, sorry, we're getting spammed with the link from the sponsor stream because I've forgotten to turn it off. My bad. What's up, Rhonda? I hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by. Let me just log into my bot and turn those links off. There we go. Should be off now. Sorry about that, chat. Didn't mean to spam you. I mean, it only goes off once every 15 minutes, so it's not too crazy, but... Exactly what I'm in the mood for. Nice chilled Valheim stream. Hi, Nick and chat. What's up, Kemish? I'm glad. Just felt like it's kind of chilling today. Always a pleasure. Oh. Likewise. Do you guys play with the continuous music toggle on or no? Ooh, it's a ball stone. Dangerous. That's nice. This boar couldn't care less about what's going on with his buddies. Just leaving, you see him. Race traitor. Music on for you? I have the music on. But I always feel, does this button actually do anything? Yeah, it just, I assume, keeps the music on permanently as opposed to just going in and out. The music is so good. It's always a shame we don't hear it more when we're doing speedruns and stuff. Although, I'd probably hate the Valheim soundtrack by now if I always played with it on. I swear there was another boar. Or was that maybe him and he just looped back? So yeah, our spawn's right here. So maybe back the way we just came. And the forest breaks a little, right? There's no need really to build right next to spawn. In fact, it can be a little annoying. Well, I want to be on the coast, so it makes it easier when we're shipping ore and stuff. Really? We weren't the only way we couldn't do anything about. This seems like a pretty good area to build. It's not very even, though. We're officially full up now. We don't even have to be on the coast. Just like near, right? Excited for 1.0. Hell yeah, dude. Me too. It's funny. That video was in the making for a couple of weeks or something. And I'm surprised that the news didn't get more attention, which is why I decided to, you know, put that video together the way I did, because it is so hype. This isn't too bad to have to trek from there, and we could also potentially expand this river. To bring mats in. So I think this is a good spot. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Velstein. Right. I think this is pretty much where we're going to end up. So let's just get a little temporary shelter going for now. And then we'll start figuring out building a bit of a base. On this spot here. I guess we'll leave it at that for now. What weapon should I consider to use to fight the Elder for the first time? I just started making bronze. And I want to continue using my level 3 troll armor. Sticking with your troll armor is a really good move. Nothing wrong with that. Especially if that's what you want to do. Bronze isn't that much of a step up, and obviously it slows you down. But the way you can really deal with the Elder, especially early on, is just use a bunch of fire arrows, and if you're feeling confident, you can like dodge roll his slam attack and stuff like that. If you want to get up close, just stick with the axe. If you're in bronze age and you want to use bronze gear, bronze axe is good for melee. You don't need to make a sword really, although the sword is also fine for the Elder. But the main thing is just to get used to using that bow and taking cover behind the pillars and stuff between the ranged attacks. There's actually a video on my channel that I made a long time ago. One of the first videos about Valheim on the channel. that is a guide on the Elder that's still pretty valid. On your first playthrough, like one of the things I'll say is like a big part of it is getting used to the sort of cycle of starting to rely on potions a lot and dodge rolling and staying out of the way and managing your stamina. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go for bow first, flint axe, wood arrows, and that's gonna get the ball moving for us for a bit. We can go out and farm some more wood with our new axe. Classic day 2 fog. Fun. What's up, Terrier? Thanks for stopping by the stream, mate. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I was going to stream some game development yesterday. Well, like, I ended up messing around for ages, figuring out what was going on with my setup. But yeah, my fucking camera adapter's broke again. So I've got no cam again. Not out of choice. I mean, I am feeling a little sick at the minute, so I'd rather not be on camera anyway, but I would be on camera if I could. But the adapter comes tomorrow, so hopefully it works. I ordered a different one because the adapter I've been using that keeps breaking. Well, I say keeps breaking. I had the same adapter for a decade, and it finally broke a few weeks ago. I replaced it with the exact same one, and it broke like a few weeks later again. For the same reason. It's if the tripod ever falls over, the type of adapter it is, it's just like a cable sticking out the side of the camera. So if it lands on it, it basically snaps. So I've got a different type of adapter that's more of like a dongle that just goes in the side. Hoping that that'll be a little more durable, but we'll see. What's dimensionals? Dimensionals was a sponsor that we had. Why? It's not still in the thumbnail and stuff, is it? It's actually a I'm just checking, making sure it's not in the thumbnail. Oh, you just saw a link in the chat. You had me scared. I messed up somehow. The game on everything on YouTube and Twitch it says Valheim, right? Yeah. So Dimensionals is like a genuinely cool combination. They're not. I'm not like fully sponsored permanently. We just did a couple of sponsored streams, so I'm not obliged to say anything. In fact, I don't know if we will work together again. But it is. It's like a combination between like a deck builder, a roguelike, and a turn-based RPG with like a sort of Cartoon Network style animation and art style. YouTube says Valheim. Nice, thank you. Alright, there's farm one. Keep going. I'm tired, got a new desk, so decided to have a clear out. It's amazing how much stuff and junk you collect over the years. Oh yeah, it is. Found our first bee. That's a big moment. Oh, I forgot I've just built a bow. We could have just shot that deer. I love this new discovery music that plays. Let's turn the music up a little. There's so many things, like, whilst I'm just talking to chat or playing, I'm going to end up doing a bunch of, like, weird speedrun stuff without realizing, probably, just on autopilot, and I don't need to, and I'm not going to realize I actually have stuff. You sniffed me. Wasn't enough, was it? Gonna be a little over encumbered here. Didn't see Gucci on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, mate. Thanks for letting me know. We don't need this. We can just come back for it. What's up, Mac? The one thing I found funny about Valheim not being done yet, a friend of mine said, I beat the game a year ago. I'm like, buddy, not even done yet. True. Plus, like, he's not beat the game anymore, has he? Probably at least one new boss since then. If not two. Depending on when he played. Ooh, lots more boar again. That's good. Time to start getting that bow skill up. What was that? How was that a miss? Happy weekend, Atomic. Thanks for talking about the stream, bud. Chill. Hell yeah. Do you want a spear? So we can aggro and kite and stuff. We never did come back for that meat, did we? There we go. Whoa. Another deer, but he's off. Haven't played Valheim until you feel the ground shaking. True. Okay. Let's go get some more flint as well. Oh, we should also get our bees going. What's everyone's favorite song in the soundtrack, chat? Even though I've heard the Meadows one so much, it is such a vibe. Might be that. What this seems good. Yeah, it is good. I do love the Yugluff is definitely my favorite. Well, that and Farder are my favorite boss fights because they are the most metal, which is sick. Models are definitely daytime. Yeah, it's such a vibe. I mean, I've heard it a bit too much, but it doesn't stop me appreciating it. But I love how metal some of the boss scenes get. It's sick. It's actually sick. I do think there's quite a few metal heads at Iron Gate. Saw a fish. Did the sounds of Black Forest. Nice. It is all very good, really. I'm scared of 100% playing the game in VR, but it's so relaxing in the meadows to just chill in VR. Oh yeah, I bet. Let's farm Flint for a while. I like how the further you get into the game, the more metal the boss themes are. Yeah, it's kind of true. It is awesome. Oh yeah, with 1.0 mod support, if they get it, the VR mod installed with so much easier. Yeah. It's very interesting that they were talking about that. That happens, it'll be great. We might as well just go and fight Eek there soon. I mean, it. You know, we could not do it just so we don't get raided, but at the same time, the raids aren't really that much of a threat for a while. If you could add breeding one thing, if you could add breeding to one thing, what would you add it to? Drakes. Easy. Taming and breeding drakes. And then being able to ride them is something I've dreamed of for a long time in Valheim. Imagine how cool that would be. That was always a headshot, I think. Another deer sneaking around. Gotta level that bow skill up. I'm gonna get wet. Fuck it. We've already used a lot of the flint nearby, haven't we? Oh, we're still quite close, actually. Leather is just so good early. A bit more concerned about that. Usually, there's there's more nearby, but doesn't seem to be the case here. Spear is so much better than a knife, not gonna lie. So it's range. They're good for different things. But yeah, spear is like easily one of the top weapon types in the game because of how epic the throw-in animation is and how much utility there is with it. But obviously the big thing with a knife is it doesn't reduce your movement speed, which is just really, really good for people that like those high mobility characters. Hi Nick and chat, are you playing on the fresh survival server? I just played on a single player world. I didn't, to be honest, I didn't even think of playing on the fresh survival server. Probably could have. Maybe we'll do that soon. Drakes would be cool. I was thinking more something like Droger because the entrails making sausages. Well, I like the idea of frying drakes. Yeah, Drogers would be cool, but the thing about Drogers is like as you can just not destroy a spawner in a crypt and put a portal outside, fortify it, and you kind of are breeding them. Or even better if you get a spawner in the meadows. Yeah, we should do that, Fluff. I was thinking about some sort of server stream we could do soon. But yeah, I guess we should do it on the survival server instead of the build server. And just do that again, because that was fun last time. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that soon, Fluff. I'm just not feeling very good at the minute. I have a head cold. Like, my head just feels insane. I haven't had a head cold that feels like this. It just feels like it's full of rocks or something. I feel kind of like shit, like complete shit. But it is luckily just my head, so at least I'm not congested. You know what I mean? I'm not nauseous or anything like that. Like, so it's a little bit of a blessing in that sense. But I just didn't really wanted to stream, and I really didn't feel up to speedrunning. I didn't want anything to stress me out. The way I feel like I need to just relax until I feel better. So I just decided to do some nice chill Valheim for a change, considering how little I've actually played this game normally over the last few updates. Probably haven't had enough tea. Hope you feel better tomorrow. Thanks, mate. And yeah, I'm actually no cam because the camera adapter broke again. And I had to buy another one again. I can't believe it. we'll see how today's stream goes, and I'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. I might continue. I might do a stream tomorrow. Flying around the mountains with drakes. Yeah, it'll be so good. You mostly punch the minnows creatures to death to get my fist skill up. Well, there's no reason to have your fist skill up unless you are insistent on using the claws, which aren't super good, but they are very cool. So definitely understand why people use them. You know, Valheim is a pretty low stress game, and there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that's meta, and there's a lot of stuff that's not meta that still totally works fine. So it gives people a lot of freedom. So a lot of the time, there is really not a need to stress over what to use. It's part of what's so good about the game. In my opinion, one of the many things. Speaking of tea, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna look at food. Nice. Enjoy your food, mate. Right, let's go kill this bellend. Let's get some food going before we go. Valheim is a horror game for me after defeating the Elder. Yeah, I mean, on the first playthrough, the game is much more intense. I remember having big Dark Souls vibes from every boss fight. Taking on Thundir. Yeah, we might as well. There's no real reason to wait. I kind of... I have no specific plans other than to have a good time, but I'm probably going to want a lot of the mats and stuff from the Black Forest sooner rather than later, so we might as well have a pickaxe while we do that. Goku, eat that horse. Alright, bro. Okay, Gabe. It's just gonna give me lots of leather, which is what I want. Oh no. Not the necks. I wish you still got this raid like all the time throughout the whole game. It is vibes. Usually I want to get rid of these things as soon as possible. I just want to milk it because I was playing to chill. happily last forever. Yeah, it would be. It would. I understand the sort of idea of progression with the raids, but I do think it would be cool if they did mix in the low level ones more. The raids are a really fun twist in general, but I do think it is one of the sort of less polished parts of the game. This game is so beautiful. It really is. It's funny because I remember thinking it looked so weird the first time I saw the game, but I liked the way it looked, but I also thought it looked weird. But now I'm just so used to it. I just think it looks good. You happy they added a new raid for ghost mobs? Yeah, that's really good. That's a really good one. Solid raid right there. We're probably going to need to keep... getting berries and stuff, because we're going to get started with potions pretty soon. I just realized that I haven't been marking berry spawns and stuff because I never play on anything. I never do anything. We're either like not using a map or we're doing a speed run or whatever. It's just quite far away, this boss, isn't it, really? We're quite zoomed out on the map. Further away than it seems. We can actually change to these, I suppose, for the boss fight. Should have killed that. It's gonna take me a while to adjust to just playing normally. I never went to the swamp when I played Valheim for the first time, but now when I play it, I challenge bosses when I'm not even close to being ready for them. Look how massive bronze loot. Yeah. It is definitely one of them games, like most games really, but I think it is a little more, like, particularly the case of Valheim that, you know, once you played the game, once you beat the game, and you know what you're doing, it's like none of it's really that hard. It's a game that one of the things that I hope to showcase with my Valheim challenge videos is like, it's not that it's hard really. Valheim isn't a hard game at all. It's It's a game entirely about preparation. It is hard if you just go and try to do certain things unprepared. By the way, I remember when I used to play this game casually, I just had macros set up to type like every little thing I wanted to mark. Pretty funny. Yeah, it's hard if you go into things unprepared, but if you prepare for everything, the game's actually easy. There is nothing, no situation really. The Ashlands, I guess, is definitely where things get a little dicier, even if you prepare. I don't have to feel like I have to explain my shitty typing. I'm actually a pretty fast typer. Not crazy fast. But, you know, on typing tests, I average, you know, 80 to 85 words a minute. And obviously that means like when you're really typing, you're going to be a decent amount faster than that. But I game with my keyboard at a pretty extreme angle. Like more than 45-degree angle. Pretty far to the left side of my desk. It's really impractical to type with. So when I'm gaming, let's try this. Did it land and miss him? No, I think it hit, right? Terrible spawn as he always loves to do. I was hoping that would end up being cooler. But it had to be in a shitty spot, didn't he? I sacrificed getting a stealth attack there to try and do something cool with the spear, but wasn't that cool, was it? It was pretty cool, I guess. You couldn't really see it in action though. Unlike Spider-Man in the swamps, you never touch the ground, and I'm like 100 foot up in the trees. It is very fun. You climb the trees in the swamps. us more attention with the spear there. Where'd the other dude go? Wasn't there another? Any tips to build more on one spot without getting lags? I mean, reducing the amount of instances you're using is, you know, an obvious but the most effective thing. But also, not manipulating the terrain will dramatically increase the performance as well. It's not going to be helpful for any build you've already started, really. But just going forward, you just bear that in mind. Obviously, like, you can kind of do what you want with builds of a certain size. But actually, if you're planning on building something really big, or what a lot of really experienced builders do, they sort of like, they're bearing in mind, they roughly know like what amount of instances and terrain manipulation becomes unwieldy. It's shitty that that's a thing, but it is a thing. If you don't already know, actually, I can show you something. So I really like the build system on PC. It's burning in my world. Yeah. Yeah, if you press F2, you can see there at the top right of the list of things. You see the right-hand side list? That's like the amount of instances the game's trying to render in right at this moment. You can use that to sort of get an idea of how many instances a build is. And just try and work within a certain amount, but less terrain manipulation for sure. You press F2 to bring this up. Just realized. No, I'm not going to say what I just realized out loud, but some people can probably guess. You're welcome. I keep forgetting I actually have a shield. I never use a shield because I'm usually doing the speedrun. Evening, Nero. How's it going, man? Hope you're doing good, bud. Long time no see. I'm good, man. I have a pretty crazy head cold right now that I'm wrestling with, but other than that, I'm doing good. Trying to think what I actually want to do next. I do like the idea of getting stuck in the Black Forest sooner rather than later. Yeah, I think I might stick with this very minimal little base setup whilst we get started in the Black Forest, honestly. Um, Thank you, Milo. I really appreciate that. It really is relaxing watching the meadows after absolutely obliterated in the Icelands. Yeah. I imagine. Do 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 do. Um, we do have lots of things to cook. Could be a good time to start working on some fire arrows, actually. Do you know if they've started making the Deep North yet? Yep. They are 100% working on the Deep North. I recently made, I don't know if you saw, but I recently made a video all about that. It's called something like Valheim 1.0 is coming. And it's about that very subject because the most hype thing in that video is the news that Iron Gate officially announced that the Deep North is actually going to be 1.0. And they are working on it. And I go through all of the current details that we have. They basically discussed it at length on a Coffee Stain live stream, so they've done nothing official other than that yet, which is, I guess, why it's gone a little bit under the radar. Which is why I made a video about it. But I go over it in detail there. What's up, Welsh? Nick Live, wow, I know, right? Dude, I'm supposed to be streaming 2 to 3 days a week at the minute. But between keeping getting sick and my goddamn camera adapter breaking, it's yeah, not been the case as much. One of my favorite things in the game is actually exploring burial chambers. It's still such vibes. So let's get doing that. Get some cores. But you can't build a base without having smelters and stuff ready. And then we'll figure out some sort of base when we get back. Let's get sheltered. Is this a good camera angle, chat? feel like you should be able to see your feet. This chat would love this angle if you could see the feet. Alright, do we have any signs of Black Forest? I feel like we don't, right? So I'm probably just going to head straight south in that case. Do you hear crows? Which does make me think there'll be a Black Forest coming soon. We didn't really stock up on arrows, did we? But it doesn't matter. We're just chilling. Yeah, it's gonna be Black Forest here somewhere. I hear crows. Yeah, there we go. Black Forest. And a burial chamber instantly. Should farm bones a bit so I can level up the club. Maybe I should actually use the shield for a change. Okay, so I usually use this icon for dungeons and stuff. Love this new Discover sound. I'd never get to hear it. Might turn the music up a tiny bit. Still remember suffering so much because I used to be inside the chamber. Yeah. Figuring out in the early days of your Valheim playthrough that everything is like a weakness is really big. I think if we keep getting damage reduced by the wall, we might as well just stick to the club. Because the thing is, if we have a level 2 flint axe versus a level 1 club, getting the combo attack is going to be more powerful than a level 1 club. But if you're getting damage reduced because you're hitting walls and you're not getting combo attacks, you might as well just stick to the blunt damage because it is what they're weak to. Even if it's level 1. And then once you level up the club, there's going to be absolutely no question which is the best to use. What's up, Noble? Good stuff about the stream. Hope you're doing good. Get that last sword. Oh my god, we're getting spammed. Oh, I don't even have rocks. There's some starred archer there of some kind. I thought I would have had rocks for a fire, but I don't. So a temporary emergency there. Let's actually grab some rocks. So we can make a fire to heal that. No, right now I'm not doing a speed run. I'm just chilling, playing the game normally for a change. I didn't really feel like speedrunning today. Do you need a good PC to run this game? No. I mean, it won't run on a toaster. We definitely don't need a good PC to run the game. It's run the battle against modder because I really don't want to get the silver sword. Yeah, it is bad against modder, but you're better off just using whatever the best sword or axe you can get your hands on. The silver sword's not the best anyway. Honestly, the modder, it's just best to use whatever arrows you have access to that have the highest pierce damage. So like if you're in the mountains, you could go for obsidian and just use arrows. But when she's on the ground, it does make sense to go for those melees. For that, I would just go with like whatever sword or axe you can be bothered using. I mean, if you level up, you know, like a whatever iron axe or sword that you've got to maximum, it's not going to be that much different to level 1 silver sword anyway. Okay. They're asking for it, chat. My laptop does as a toaster, but only when I'm playing Valheim on it. Good what? Get shot in the back by some asshole. But at least with damaging him. I don't care about dying. I'm not doing hardcore or anything. I'm just playing to chill. I just don't want to die because it'll be annoying. So I'm doing this right now, chat, not for rested, because we already have that, but to get the resting bonus. So it looks like there's some mob around here putting us out of it, yeah. Because it greatly increases the health regen. It increases it a lot more than the rested bonus. So you can regen way faster if you have a fire you can sit next to. The keyboard gets so warm, I prefer playing with mittens. Yeah. Don't know why this place has to be so extra though. Oh look, he's still there. Nice. Huh? Thought it was gonna stay stuck on the door. How did he miss that? There we go. How many bones we got? 15. Nice. The perfect amount. Might as well finish up exploring here, though. Ooh, we got an Elder Rune in our first burial chamber. Praise Odin. That's a good omen right there. Fuck off. I swear. When I first started speedrunning this game, when it was new, chat, and there was only 5 bosses, the Elder was always close. Always. Now he's always in freaking Narnia by comparison. This is even not that bad, like, for the game nowadays. Is there any way you can get bloodstone outside of Shard Fortresses? I don't remember. I don't think so. Do they have a random spawn condition in chests outside of the fortress? I don't know. Don't remember. Do you have any tips on how to make playing Valheim less intense? I feel like every time I play, I take it way too seriously. Maybe just try slowing things down a little. I think one of the ways that this game can feel intense is if you're sort of rushing your progress too much. Because if you over prepare for everything, the game is actually easy and chill. The game is only ever really intense if you're under prepared. And honestly, even though the Ashlands is in some ways sort of the anomaly to that rule, I did make a video advising people on how to handle the Ashlands. And I would even say the same thing goes for the Ashlands, really, ultimately. If you're prepared and you know what to do, it's not bad. So yeah, if you find yourself every time you're playing Valheim, you're like stressing out and it's too intense, I would just say to take your time, maybe spend a bit more time building, and just, you know, every time you get to a biome, try to fully upgrade everything before you move on, and just take your time. And if you are building, you know, basically everything every time and fully upgrading it, and you get finding the best food every time, and you're increasing your comfort level every time. You should start to have an easier time with the game and, you know, hopefully. But, you know, the other thing is, like, it's okay to die a lot. You know what I mean? As long as you're getting... It's only really super annoying if you don't have a portal down or something. So if you're... As soon as you arrive at an island or something, or a new biome or whatever, get a portal down. There's not really that much to worry about. I know that lots of Valheim gamers do care about de-skilling a lot. But the reality is, the penalty for death is very small. It's not the end of the world to de-skill. You'll be absolutely fine. On my first playthrough, I never cared about leveling anything up. I did not care about de-skilling. And I couldn't be bothered grinding the mats to fully upgrade everything because it felt really grindy. So every single piece of gear I used the level 1 version of it. You know, you can play Valheim however you want. Also, you know, look, if you never find yeah, I mean, even in the mountains you can get a portal down. You know what I mean? Having a little backup gear, you know, but also, like, there's no shame in using world modifiers to make the game easier on yourself. I really don't know where this sort of mindset comes from. Where people feel bad about making the game more fun for themselves. Because Valheim is not a competitive esports environment, right? There is absolutely no shame in making things easier on yourself if you're going to have more fun in the long run. You know, maybe some of the mechanics just aren't for you. You can always reduce the death penalty so you keep all of your stuff or something like that, or turn down the combat difficulty or whatever. And look, you know, if it ends up not being for you, it's not for you. I wouldn't, if playing a video game is like stressing you out, I've been there, you know, playing certain games, it can be like stressful. And so I understand being compelled to still play them. And sometimes it feels worth it. But, you know, if it stops feeling worth it and you're just getting stressed every time, maybe just play something else for a bit. And maybe even you don't need to play Valheim ever again. No point if you're not enjoying it. Well, I think anyone can enjoy this game if they just take the time, over-prepare, maybe watch a few videos, a few guides to get some tips and tricks under the belt. And look, if it's still really grueling after that, you can just turn down all the difficulty settings and just find a way to have fun with the game. I mean, the building and exploring in the game is so fun. You could always just like basically play the game without any mob aggro and just build stuff, you know? The options are there. I should have done a sleep before. I would have rage quit a few times if it wasn't for Dev Command's Ghosts. My game, I play how I want. Hell yeah. Prior to logging onto Valheim, I'll put myself in a frame of mind that I enjoy. And at first, I have to work at maintaining that mindset to enjoy, but over time, it becomes natural habit. I'm gonna go and sleep. I forgot. And here I am jumping worlds just to move iron easier. You don't need to do that anymore. I mean, that was totally legit thing to do, but you just change the world modifier. You can change the world modifiers to allow you to portal anything. And that's what that's there for. So you can take it one step further than that. But yes, that's another good thing to do to make things easier on yourself. One thing I've done is turn the death difficulty down one tick below the lowest. Skills matter and less skill drain makes the game easier if you find yourself mass dying. Yeah, sure. There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like, though, if you're the type of person that is dying a lot and you feel like skills are helping a lot, the skills are just kind of just a band-aid for what can just be fixed with just like practicing some dodge rolls and stuff like that. Just getting better. But, you know, no one's obliged to make the game easier on themselves any specific ways. Nothing wrong with nothing wrong with that, what you said. Still getting very messy. Oh, we're still not going to place this meat there. Skills matter a lot less than people think. A lot less. I feel like most people are very precious about skills. But I would never really worry about it. I'd just enjoy the game. I wouldn't stress about skill loss. Like a lot of the time, the difference between like low skills and high skills is like something around 20% an increase, which is large. But if you start thinking about it in terms of real life application, you start thinking about it in terms of hits. It's not necessarily many more hits, for example. But if you're struggling with the game, there's nothing wrong with that. Anything that helps you keep enjoying the game is good in my book. Oops. You did have like a year break after attempting to kill Modder without good gear. Just came back today. So Mr. Car Meadows. Yeah, well, it sounds like you might just be rushing it. I think the reality of Valheim is that it is actually quite slow paced and quite grindy. The sooner you can learn to sort of embrace and enjoy the grind and maybe just you know, you could take breaks from the grinding game just by going to build something for a while and do a build project for a bit or something instead of just straight up grinding. Because, like we were saying earlier, the game is only hard when you're underprepared. When I had less experience grinding a block skill. Held after tanking it. Well, that's just my experience since we got better at the game. Sure, they don't matter. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you do have a point, and I don't disagree. It's just grinding skills is going to make it even more grindy. It depends what people want. If people want to grind their way out of a situation, obviously the first thing that they're going to get a lot more out of than skills is just gear. But if they've already you know, got the maximum level gear or best gear they can in out of a situation, and they still want to grind their way out of a situation, by all means. But the time still might be better spent just watching a few tips and tricks videos, a few guides, and just getting better at dodging and managing stamina and combos and stuff. Wait, try anything and everything, whatever works for you. But I like to express what I'm saying about skills because everybody goes on about skills. It's not a unique take. The Valheim community as a whole is missing the perspective of skills not being all that important. So that's the only reason why I'm saying it. There's no reason why people can't grind skills if they're struggling. It's fine. Whatever makes people's life easier. But I do feel like everybody that plays the game should know that they don't matter as much as people say. And for some people, you know, could just be adding one more thing to stress about, worrying about skills. I've never worried about him. don't even think I really even noticed D-skill on my first playthrough. What do you think about two-handed swords from Slayer? They're cool. I like the Chrome secondary attack. But overall, that type of weapon is a bit too slow for me. Such a weird little patch of land here. This immediately turns back to meadows. What do you think about using quality of life mods that don't change the game that much on someone's first playthrough? Whatever feels like the most fun. Whatever you want. I don't really believe in you know, dictating how anyone should play any video game. Like someone like Neely was saying in the chat earlier about just using ghost command to get out of trouble. I mean, I'm a firm believer if you buy a piece of software or hardware, you own it. You should own it. If the creators aren't pieces of shit. And you get to do whatever the hell you want. Even if that is hack it to shit and mod it. However which way. Homebrew it. Hack it. Flash it. Whatever. The device or software is your own. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with it. You know, there's a period of time where everyone was homebrewing their Wiis back in the day. And it's one of those funny things. It's like some people think that sort of thing's like illegal, where it's not illegal to do what you want with a piece of hardware you own. The only illegal part is if people use it for piracy. And I would say that's the same logic applies to modding video games however you want. There's a lot of video games out there that are either A, objectively better experiences modded than vanilla, or B, just not necessarily better or worse modded, but just perfectly sort of cut out for mods. One sec, chat. My mom just brought me a sandwich. will be in that shortly. Look at the chaos. I think I just hit a tree. So thankful they added the no aggro options for passive enemies. Yeah. That is very cool they did that. I agree. Yeah, Valheim, I would say, goes in the category of games that we're talking about that are just... It's not necessarily just only good or just way better modded objectively, but it's perfectly cut out for modding. It's no doubt about it. That's why I love the fact that they added world mods. And I think like any game that works in this kind of a way, where it's this sort of like randomly generated, you have seeds, it's a large open world, it's different every time. All of that type of stuff is like heavily data driven. And I'm all for giving players total, like, direct access to that data in order to, you know, customize the game to their liking, because it's just, why not? Like, I'm making a game right now has a large open world that's procedurally generated. And basically, the entire game experience is just going to be determined by... Not the entire, but like most of your experience is going to be determined just by how your map ends up when it's randomly generated, like what you get on your map. And I've decided, for many reasons, like the world is just going to be an editable file that you'll just be able to open up and make it into whatever you want, if you want to. If you played the game normally, it's going to be, you know, my sort of tailored experience. But if players want to, there's no reason why they can't just edit their own worlds. Because why not? If it's possible, why not do it if it's easy? It's true, there's so many people that say you should go through the experience first before you try and mod it. Nah, that's bollocks. Do what you want. I'm just eating a sandwich, chat. I won't be long. I'll be honest, being full of a cold, I give zero shit about making you wait. I'm sorry. Feel like I need this. And look, chat, it's bacon, okay? It's different if it's bacon. I'm sure you understand. You're re-upping. Your rested buff, we get it. True. I will say that when it comes to Valheim, I do recommend the vanilla experience. But I never say someone should do one thing or the other. They want to play modded. Modded Valheim is awesome. Look, the game's not perfect. There's loads of stuff that can be kind of annoying that you can improve with mods. All right. I think I need to open the door. It's starting to get quite warm. Right, I'll go open the door. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll pee, and we'll get back to it. All right. Right back. Okay, I'm here. I feel so much better already. by the way, just whilst I remember, for anyone that's interested in seeing me make my game live on Twitch or YouTube, whether it's just you're curious because you want to see what I'm making, whether you want just a chill place just to hang out, some good second monitor content, or maybe you want to learn something about game development, I have created a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel where I randomly stream game development. So I'm going to spam a link to the Twitch channel in chat right now. It's called Owlface Games. That's my fake game company. And now I'm going to spam a link to the YouTube channel. Right now, I'm just streaming on both at the same time, just like we do with the Valheim stuff. But I am going to start... Oh, thank you for the follow. Awesome worker. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to... Right now, I'm just streaming randomly. But I will start posting YouTube videos soon. Am I in the Valheim Discord server by any chance? I don't think so. How come? I try not to be. Unless I have to. Same goes for most Discord servers, because I'll always end up getting spammed or, you know, hate mail or something. The likelihood of that happening is that increases the more Discords I'm in. Excuse me. Let's make another chest, even though it's all wildly unorganized. But anyway, yeah, I'm thinking about I might stream some game development later. Well, we should make some more arrows, whilst I remember. By the way, chat, if you're watching, regardless of if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, remember the best way you can support the content completely for free is to head over to the YouTube channel, smash like, smash subscribe. Makes it more likely for my content to show up in a recommended feed. You can do exclamation YouTube in the chat, the link to my main channel. Alright. Let's try going around the mountain this way. I thought that was a deer, but it's a rock. Pretty funny. feel like this Black Forest is a really weird shape. Yeah, here we go. The proper biome's down here. We're only dealing with a little slither of it. Hopefully we get a load of leather out of this troll cave. That would be good. Might as well fight this troll. Foggy, thank you so much for the 20 sec legend, Thomas. Exactly, Thomas. Thank you so much for supporting the content and keeping the dream alive, bud. I really appreciate that. That's the super chat, bud. This looks pretty painful, I'm not gonna lie, chat. No! I messed my dodge up. I forgot about this annoying shit with the trolls. So this is like one of the funniest sort of I don't know what the right way to explain this. It's like weird game dev hack shit. It's like not a totally polished mechanic, I would say. So you know how all the AI, right? They're like programmed in such a way where if they're in a situation where they're just attacking like that, with the troll specifically, the attacks happen at a fixed interval. So it's very predictable. You can sit there, dodge, sit there, dodge, sit there, dodge, sit there, dodge. But the random slam attacks they do, it's not actually random. They happen at a fixed interval, but it's just not connected to the other interval. So the only way, I think it's about 10 seconds or something. I can't remember how long it takes. Or is it 20? But the only way to predict those heavy attacks are to count the time between them. So you have to start counting from one. From the first one they do. So you know when the next one's going to happen. And I didn't do that because I'm not speedrunning right now. I'm just playing for the walls. I'm chilling. But... oh, I forgot I already ate. It is a weird thing because it means that he can literally be in the middle of attack and then just kind of glitchily do a heavy attack. Which is okay. But it's a little jank, innit? I feel like if it was my game, I couldn't leave it like that. I'd want to change it. Well, maybe they will eventually. Well, I doubt it. We didn't get any extra leather, did we? Anything kind of dungeon-like, I use this fire icon. What's up, Logan? So you're actually playing out of a base? You built a little house for once? I'm gonna. I have a little shitty shack at the minute, but yeah, that's the plan. I'm actually playing the game just normal for once, just to relax. I have a pretty gnarly head cold right now, and I just didn't feel like speedrunning when I went to start the stream today. I thought we'd just chill. And the funny thing is, for my channel, just relaxing with good vibes, you know, regular chill Valheim is unique content for this channel. Because we never do that. So I figured it would be kind of a novelty as well. So I'm just relaxing. No pressure, really. Shipwreck, though. That's pretty hype, chat. Let's level up our bow a little bit. All right. I don't care about the trophies right now. We should probably start work on some sort of house at least. When I started the game up today, I was like, oh, I'm looking forward to doing some building. But then when I started playing, I was just enjoying the actual just gameplay, just the combat and progression. So I haven't bothered building yet. I think it's time. I generally do not mod Valheim too much, but I can't live without craft from chest or auto chest sorting. Yeah, those mods are so good. I think if all I did was play the game normally, I would always play modded too. And I would probably do similar to you. I really like the mods that allow you to go into first person as well. There's also mods that like tell you how long crops and stuff, everything basically is going to take. We definitely picked a decent spot though. See, I generally end up just like digging a trench or whatever, but I would like to actually, even though like trenches and stuff are really, really good, it's kind of no fun. You know what I mean? I'd kind of just like to build a cool little homestead. Probably gonna need to, yeah, we're gonna need to farm a bunch of wood. We haven't really been doing so. Yeah, they're ugly. They are ugly. I agree. Like, at the end of the day, it's no raid that's that much of a big deal. If you end up having to rebuild something, you end up having to rebuild something. But I think I'd rather just build a nice little cozy Viking homestead with a wall, with a, you know, real walls around it. I built a nice harbor in my game just inside the middle biome where the water is just calm. And outside the harbor entrance, the waves start waking up. Perfect, I thought. Then I get that new big boat for the Ashlands, and I found out the harbor isn't deep enough. Thank God for mods that allows you to dig deeper. That's funny. Yeah. Time for a bit of late night cooking with Valheim, Nick and chat. Hell yeah. I somehow feel like eating that bacon sandwich has made me more hungry, not less. I could eat all of those emojis that are posted in the chat. Yeah, what I was thinking about this base is that, you know, we could build it up in this area. But technically this little river comes up here. Could try and like dig this out a bit. So you can maybe sail in from the coast eventually. I don't know if we'll play on this save that long. But that's what I was thinking. We do need to... What's our weather situation like? It's still pretty bleak. Because it's been sort of low throughout. Yeah. It's time to start cutting trees down properly. Most important aspect when I'm building base, I want a nice view and preferably access the ocean. Yeah, I definitely want to access the ocean. Nice view is definitely ideal. What's your guys' favorite biome to build in? Definitely the meadows for me personally. I love any video game setting. It's nice, luscious green fields and cozy little forests. Not to mention the car music. True. I like Waterfront Border Home. Yeah, me too. On my first playthrough, I had a pretty sick base. That was this like big square with a trench around it and walls, but then it had like kind of almost like a Japanese style pagoda in the middle. And it was on the edge of a swamp on a meadows coast. So I could just literally just sail over the estuary, get iron. That was nice. Hey, look, I'll do this for chat. You happy? Another one. Oh, look at that shot. We almost curved it. Let's make a torch so we can fill up that number 1 slot. It's gonna annoy me that everything goes in the first slot otherwise. Be nice to find the trade, wouldn't it? This is the true Valheim experience, really, isn't it? They're spending copious amounts of time in the meadows, chopping trees down. Come to me, boy. I suppose we should start taming soon. But I don't know. Taming's kind of annoying, isn't it? Yeah, we'll start taming after we've built a little bit of a base. I think I'm gonna wait. I was really wanting to use my camera for my next game dev stream, but my camera's not functional at the minute. But I do want to get some game dev done later tonight. And I was thinking about streaming it on the Owlface Games channel. If anyone's up for watching. I have some pretty major things to talk about because I've started making my own engine. I decided to give C code a try recently for the first time. And just in the process of experimenting and learning, I ended up doing some basic engine stuff and kind of realized I can do everything I need an engine to do. And that if I did do that, might be a little bit of extra work, but I think we're not too far up enough to sleep, are we? But yeah, it would probably actually, in some ways, be a lot better to have my own engine. So it's very interesting stuff. So I want to work on the engine a bit, which, you know, is also de facto the game, but that's what I'd be streaming. I am going to do some sort of pixel art stream at some point soon for the game dev stuff. I feel like that might have more universal appeal eventually. Definitely gonna keep forgetting my stumps. And I know it makes people in the comments angry. I want to try something. Stop. No. Stay still. How good is this new emote? Oh, he's sliding up. Oh no, it's getting cursed. It's basically like the ultimate Valheim version of planking. How many things you can do the relax emote on. Wait, no, I wonder if you could do it on this. That'd be the like pretty ultimate. Gonna be tricky. Cuds already told you to get back to work. True. Oh! We just need to be able to balance on it. And then it should work. Oh. It's a tough one. Might be better from up here. Oh, I shouldn't have moved. I almost had it. Here we go. We can use this. That's what this ability was made for. Oh. There we go. Oh. Hell yeah. That was totally worth it. Oh. Oh. So good. Okay. I just love it, that how they've made it so that your body just sort of just flop onto whatever it is you're on. Such a good emote. This rain. It feels like nothing, basically. I'm gonna deforest the equivalent to Amazon rainforest at this rate. I just refreshed the page because the sound was a little off, only to realize I was listening to Twitch and watching YouTube. That's cursed. I've definitely done the same thing before, though. The only streamers I watch stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time as well. And honestly, the way I find that it works for me personally is if it's someone I watch all the time, they're probably gotta be at the top of my feed when I'm on YouTube, and I'm on YouTube 24/7 basically. So I'll like just see that they're live on YouTube and watch on YouTube. But then for everybody else who's not someone that I watch like daily or almost daily, which are honestly at this point it's like mostly game dev related stuff, or just dev related stuff. But more often than not, I actually log into my Twitch to see who's online. And then when I find the stream, if they have a YouTube stream, I watch YouTube, because I hate the Twitch ad system. And I really wish, so today on YouTube, I was testing out having ads on the streams on YouTube, because it tells you, right, that they won't randomly place them. It tells you that you can have them on the YouTube thing and just run them when you want. But I think it does still give people pre-roll. So I've gone back to just having YouTube ads turned off on the live streams, because that's what I want, and that's what I've always done. And I fucking hate Twitch ads so much. And obviously, if it's someone that I watch all the time, I just subscribe. If it's, you know, like someone's doing like a subathon and I'm going to be tuning in every day, or it's a special event I'm going to be tuning in every day, I just subscribe. But there's obviously a lot of channels that you can't subscribe to everybody. And I just wish that there was a better way of dealing with it on Twitch, because the answer is to cancel my Twitch contract. And, you know, I don't earn a lot of money in Twitch revenue, but the amount I do earn does make a difference to me. But I regularly consider it because it's so bad. And so yeah, I watch everything personally on YouTube, but it's because I have YouTube Premium. Because YouTube Premium is awesome. Because I'm a big YouTube viewer of videos constantly. And so not getting ads anywhere on YouTube, including live streams, is awesome. That's why I watch everybody on YouTube. It's just the best solution for me personally. I never use Twitch because of ads, but on YouTube I just pay for premium. Never, yeah, exactly, same. Same. But I've turned ads off on my stream. The most of the time I've been streaming, I've never had ads on my YouTube stream. It's only been very recently where I tried it, and it's because I thought that it wouldn't play any for anyone the way they worded it. And I actually don't know for sure if they have, but I think they have been. So I'll just turn it back off and I just put ads on the VOD. But yeah, I would really love to get rid of ads on my Twitch channel, but you just can't. I mean, you have to not be able to have subs and bits and stuff. And I'll be honest, like, the viewership has gone way down on my Twitch channel, I think, since because for people that don't know, I've always streamed on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. When I started streaming years ago, like 7 years ago or something, I always multicasted to multiple platforms. There was a lot more platforms back then. And, you know, it was before the affiliate program came around. When the affiliate program became a thing, they didn't let you multi-stream on multiple platforms at the same time. So I just only streamed on Twitch. And that was the worst decision I ever made. And eventually I just got really sick of Twitch as a company for lots of the things they do. And I mean, I'm not talking about, like, I mean, I hate everything they do as a business that you see controversy about as well. But I'm actually just talking about my personal experience. Like, there's like several bad experiences and things that are just like doing shit. So when I started making Valheim content, I made the decision to cancel my Twitch affiliate contract so that I could stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time again. Because that's what you used to have to do to stream on both platforms. And so, for most of the time that Valheim's been out, my Twitch channel hasn't been monetized, and that means there's never been ads on it. But Twitch recently changed the contract, so they do allow you to multi-stream now on multiple platforms. Yeah, even if you're an affiliate or a partner or whatever. Which, yeah, funny story about that. I could have been partnered like a couple of years ago. But when I sent my partner application in, the person told me that they want me to stream more on Twitch. And I was basically like, go fuck yourself. I'll run my content and my business how I want, thank you. The fuck does Twitch have to do with it? That's why I don't have a little tick. I've not reapplied since. Who knows what they'd say now, but they pissed me off by telling me how to run my shit. Like I'm a YouTuber, dude. I'm not gonna go stream on Twitch just to get a tick. I'm gonna stream on Twitch more, I mean. But anyway, they did get rid of the exclusivity thing. So now I can stream on both and be able to have subs and bits and stuff. But the downside is the goddamn Twitch ads are back. And, you know, I don't know what to do about it, frankly. I hate that the meta is becoming that streamers just play X amount of ads an hour. I think it's shit. Twitch should just let you turn them off. But they'd be bankrupt if they did that because they can't run a company. Anyway, rant over. That's why I watch on YouTube. Because I have premium. And Twitch's version of premium ain't the same. Way worse value proposition. Unless you live and breathe watching Twitch, of course. I can see people doing it then. But it's more expensive now. Like YouTube Premium, it's like a tenner. But you also get YouTube Music. And yeah, like a bunch of other random features. And the really cool thing about the way that YouTube does it with Premium is like the more you watch a channel. If you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, right? YouTube will pay essentially the equivalent of a percentage of your subscription fee that's relative to how much you view that channel. So you actually are earning content creators money just by watching their channels, even with premium, even though you're not seeing ads, which is such a good model. On this spot, a tree fell on my head, so I cursed the gods. That's my favorite runestone. Nice. Good thing you're on premium. Yeah. It's funny, you know, because I didn't know anything about YouTube Premium. Everything I'm saying, I don't know because I'm a YouTuber. I know it because chat told me. Chat was like... Chat, I don't forget exactly what the wordage was. I might have been talking about how often to place ads in a video or something like that. And chat was like, place as many as you want. I have premium. I don't care. And I was like, really? People have that? And then I didn't realize it was like half the people in YouTube chat had premium. Like loads of people had it. And I was like, wait, is YouTube Premium actually good, chat? And chat told me about it. And they told me all this stuff. And I was like, no way. So I actually looked into it. And I subscribed. Oh, no, I remember why it came up. I remember why it came up. It's when I became... When I got monetized on YouTube, like when we passed 1,000 subs or whatever the threshold is to get monetized, and I started earning money on YouTube for the first time, I was noticing a pretty substantial chunk of the revenue is coming from premium. That's what it was. And so I asked, I was like, chat, what's this YouTube Premium? Do people actually use it? I didn't think anyone used it. And then the chat told me all about it. And off chat's recommendation, I started using it. And now I just can't go back. I love it so much. But I will, you know, just as a caveat to anybody, like I watch insane amounts of YouTube. Like I use YouTube constantly. I'm on YouTube when I'm working, obviously. I'm working on videos and stuff using my YouTube channel. It's like when I go to bed, I'll watch a bunch of YouTube videos. When I get up, I'll watch a bunch of YouTube videos. If I want to relax, I'll watch a bunch of YouTube videos. And even when I'm working and I'm not watching videos, like I use YouTube to listen to music whilst I'm working. So YouTube, obviously ad blocker and stuff in a lot of those scenarios means that you don't need premium. But, you know, I watch YouTube a lot on smart TVs and phones and stuff like that. And it's harder to deal with ads there. So YouTube, I get my money's worth out of it big time because of the amount of ads I would normally see. If you're somebody that is not that into it, it might not be worth it. You mentioned that a few months before and I got premium the next day. Oh, that's nice, Fonda. Hope you're enjoying it. Didn't know that good thing I had premium. Just like me. They run so many ads now, it's ridiculous. Are we talking about Twitch? Oh, oh. Yeah. So the thing is with YouTube ads, to some extent, it's the content creator doing it. But you can't choose what happens within an ad break. So like the frequency of ad breaks is chosen by the content creator, but you can't, like basically if you just, it's like one toggle and you just have pre and post rolls on. You can't control what those pre and post rolls are, but and then on the video you can choose where the mid rolls happen, but again you can't choose what happens in the mid rolls. So I suppose it depends which you mean. But yeah, you know, it is just annoying. But YouTube ads are way less egregious as long as the content creator's not spamming mid-rolls, because at least you can skip after a few seconds most of the time. On Twitch, you can't even do that. Yeah, it's stupid. You can't. It doesn't really matter even if you're a partner either. There's no advantage to being a partner really. It's all bollocks now. It's mostly just for the tick. It's stupid. I do regularly consider just cancelling my contract again, just to be able to get rid of ads on the channel. I always click on and off a video till the ads don't come anymore. I'd rather spend 30 seconds of my life doing that than watch ads for 10 seconds. Yeah, I feel it. I think even non-affiliates and partners now get ads thrown in on their streams too. So if you're trying to get out of the Twitch fancy, you still run ads. What is the benefit? Yeah, they might have changed it. When I cancelled my affiliate, I didn't have ads, but yeah, they might have changed it now. I think you're right. It does sound vaguely familiar. Fucking dumbest shit ever. It's alright, guys. If it doesn't matter, because if Twitch keep running the company how they are, they won't exist much longer. I don't know how anyone could possibly think different. I don't know how there's a perception that they're doing particularly well. I never have understood that. And I've always talked about it the entire time I've been streaming. Except for a brief time in the beginning when I was excited about the affiliate program when it was new. Don't have cable TV or streaming services. I exclusively watch YouTube. I'm so thankful for premium. Yeah, same. I feel the same way. If the creator is doing an in-video sponsored segment, I don't feel bad skipping it because they already got my premium on it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Twitch do seem to run itself into ground decisions as some potential viewers away, random disconnects, becoming more common. What viewers and streamers? Yeah. Just all around terrible policies, terrible contracts for every content creator, and they're always having the worst possible solutions, like the horrific state of ads. And it's just like, they just won't. They have proven that they aren't capable of engineering good solutions. And it's annoying because I know, like, obviously I'm interested in the development world a lot because I'm a game developer. So I do pay a little bit of attention to sort of general development stuff going on online, not just in the world of games. And I know that there are people that have been engineers at Twitch that have really wanted to do cool things, and it genuinely just be, you know, a terribly run company that has, you know, prevented them from doing it. So it's not even like they're all idiots that are actually writing the code there. It's not true. You know what I mean? It's just like ran like shit. They don't want to do the hard solutions. You know what I mean? And it's just dumb. Like, it won't last. They've always grown at a snail's pace. They only have a measly few million users, whatever the fuck it is. It's like nothing compared to a platform like YouTube or any other major social media thing. And now, not only as they grow at a snail's pace, they're starting to actually shrink a little, I believe. Last I saw. Like, they've always had a growth problem. And it's just frustrating that I wouldn't give a shit about any of this if it was good for content creators and viewers. But I would say just, even if you ignore all the terrible policy and the horrific drama that winds up going on around Twitch, just the ad situation alone is frustrating to me. Now, I would assume that the people that watch my content on Twitch can't be that bothered about it. But I feel bad as a content creator that streams on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, that I can't do anything for the community members that don't want to see ads, because I don't want to serve them ads. And I fucking hate this meta of the idea of like me having to sit there and serve the Twitch audience several ads just so you don't get, you know, random pre-rolls as you join it, or random mid-rolls that where you miss the action, you know what I mean? I hate it. It's also not really conducive to what I do most of the time. Like today we're playing the game for fun, right? We're just chilling. So if I wanted to be like, all right, I'm just going to run a few ads real quick so that everyone doesn't get ads for the next hour, right? So that they'll never interrupt a moment. And I could sit and pause the game and do like the whole pirate software thing of like, we can pause it and just talk so no one's missing anything whilst the ads are on. We can make sure no one misses anything. But that's a one-off for me, because I'm normally doing speed runs. I can't pause the fucking game and sit and run ads. What am I supposed to do? Discoverability has always been non-existent. You cannot be all in on Twitch as a content creator. If that's what your approach is, you don't want to be a content creator. You want to not make it in any sense. You have to figure out YouTube, basically. I mean, people give the advice of just other platforms, social media in general. I would take it one step further and just say YouTube, unless there is a social media platform that you really are passionate about, because of the algorithm. It's just so good, and the YouTube have the shit together from a business model perspective. I feel they vote as their shareholders want income, even if that decision is absolutely horrible for their growth in general. Oh, that's definitely what they're doing. It's just the thing is, if you was, we can get, that's a very good point, and we can get into that in great detail in just a moment if you would like. Let me just catch on the chat. I don't think it's the fault of the devs. It's Amazon shilling for higher profit margins in their cases, losses, stakeholders, devs. It's Dan Clancy, man. It's not like, honestly, we'll get into it in a moment. I'll catch up on the chat. It's the Twitch leadership. It's not even Amazon. What are your thoughts on Kick? Kick is solely created to be a funnel to get young children addicted to unregulated crypto gambling, so that they can prey on children because of the lack of regulation around crypto casinos. They don't have to ask anyone's age, or at least they don't have to prove their age. Even if they ask for it, they don't have to prove it, because there's no regulation to prove that they're asking for government identification, which means that they can gamble underage in crypto, which is perfect for Kick, because it's literally just created by stake, and that entire point of the platform is to funnel children into unregulated crypto gambling casinos. It's literally created by the same company, Kick and Stake are the same company. The company only appeared after that practice was banned on Twitch because it's unethical to promote gambling to children, because all of the big streamers that streamed gambling, their main audience was children. And the reason this is so heinous, because I'm not anti-gambling. I'm not anti-people's freedom or anything like that. But because of the lack of regulation, they can just rig games. So they can just give a load of... They can give a content creator... First of all, they pay them hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to promote the gambling casinos in the first place. Then they can give them like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in credit for a game. And then they can say, we want you for a sponsored stream to play this particular casino game. And they can rig the game so that they win first try. So that all of the children think they're going to win millions of dollars by playing in said casino. And before you know it, it's a shit show. They're addicted and they lose everything to gambling. So Kicks can suck a fat one. They should probably all be in fucking jail. Scum. That's what I think of Kick. Those sort of pauses kill the flow of speedrun for sure. I actually don't even think it would be... If I had to pause the speedrun, I can't pause a timer only on certain times, so it might even invalidate the run. I like the streamers that throw the stream window up in the upper right corner while that ad is running. You mess around where you can still see what's going on. Oh yeah, Twitch does that automatically now, which that is one of the good things they have done lately. I will say that. I'll give them credit. Where credit's due. Not against gambling either, but I am against anti-child internet safety and security for sure. A lot of practices, as you say, crafted, very manipulative. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, Kick's basically just a criminal enterprise. That's why that they can say that there's no rules, even though they just copy and paste the Twitch T's and C's, but then just pick and choose when they enforce it, just like Twitch do, but in a more egregious way, and just allow horrific things to go on. Because all they have to do is just pretend just enough that they're a real business. Because what they're doing is completely immoral in the first place. And that's the thing, like, I won't, like, if I don't know how the right way to phrase this, but if I think if something is so fundamentally wrong, I won't partake in it as a content creator. Like, I won't make content there. Twitch is something different. Twitch is something that, like, when I started out here, it was a much better place, and I still feel like it has the potential to be something special, but we really need to get rid of damn fancy. Or maybe not, but something, it needs to do something to prove otherwise at this point. But what was it that we said we'd come back to? Oh, the shareholders thing. Oh yeah, so the idea about Twitch just doing things to please shareholders and not caring what happens to the user owners, we're saying, right, there's definitely some truth to that. But I was saying that we can talk about it a bit more. So back in the day, there's something that happened on YouTube called the Adpocalypse. A bunch of controversies happened. You know, PewDiePie was wrapped up in it, but actually for saying some outrageous stuff that annoys the people. But really, what it was you know, PepsiCo became aware that their ads was being run at the side of, like, actual terrorist propaganda. Like, actual terrorist groups posting videos on YouTube that had, like, PepsiCo ads, right, running on it. And so PepsiCo pulled all of the advertising and a few other big major advertisers followed suit. So it was a massive hit to YouTube, right? And so what YouTube did was they invested a bunch of money in giving creators tools to rate your own content for ad suitability. So now when you monetize video on YouTube, this interface comes up, and there's like a set of tick boxes. Is there any cursing? Is there any this? Is there any that? So that as a content creator, you can sort of like specify the ad suitability of your content, which means that, you know, if there is an advertiser that wants to avoid certain ad suitability ratings, they can do so, and that doesn't happen again. Even better example, like my point is, in order to do that, right, YouTube invested a bunch of money into the creation of that system. Even crazier, years before the adpocalypse on YouTube, in the early days of YouTube, very early days, you know, videos started to get millions and billions of views. It was becoming one of the most viewed websites on the internet. It was very early days, and people was earning a fortune. But one of the big problems was people using copyrighted music, and it became a big problem. People were being DMCA'd left, right, and center, and YouTube was becoming increasingly risky. And so therefore, there became a big risk to shareholders because of all these copyright claims. YouTube invested millions, tens of millions, if not 100 million plus. I can't remember the exact figure. I want to say it was around 70 odd million or 170 odd million, something insane like that. I can't remember. Into developing the whole content ID system now. And people obviously do still bitch about it, right? But the fact of the matter is that now, if you put a copyrighted song in a video, the money is going to go to the content owner, the copyright owner, right? But it also protects creators because you have content ID too. So if someone's ripping off your content, you can do it as well. And yes, it gets abused. But the point is, YouTube was in a situation where all of a sudden there were big risks for potential shareholders. And instead of just having dumbass solutions, they invested the millions and millions of dollars that they earned into developing unique technology to solve the problem in order to do the best thing for the shareholders and the users alike. Twitch, on the other hand, they recently had the same scandal happen like a decade or so later than it happened on YouTube, where lots of people was getting DMCA things. Their solution was to let you know you've been DMCA'd and to give you a mass delete button to just delete all of your content. It's fucking stupid. So now you just don't have to, now you just can't do that content. Now you just delete that content even though you put work into it. It's the dumbest shit. So my point in this was that if Twitch were really trying to do things long term for the benefit even of shareholders, they'd be trying to improve their technology to solve these problems, because it's not that it's not been done before. It's a problem that's been solved by other platforms. They just had to figure out their own version of it. But for whatever reason, they won't invest. And I suspect it's because they've never made enough money or grown enough for them to be comfortable with it. And the other thing was about Amazon making them do this, that, and the other. I guarantee, right, if Amazon, so Amazon, for the most part, has actually left Twitch to their own devices. when I remember, you know, being a Twitch user back when Amazon first bought Twitch, there was concern from the community that Amazon was going to ruin it somehow or another. When they didn't. And you know how they didn't? They kind of like left Twitch to their own devices for the most part. They never have come in and done like massive corporate control over it. And we know that's still the case. And I guarantee if it was Amazon, like if Amazon did do something, because I think they should step in now, they'd first of all fire Dan Clancy, and second of all, they'd make them actually fix some of these problems. Amazon is about the money, and the reality is, even though it's shit for everything to be about money all the time, in this scenario, the right thing to do would be actually make improvements to the platform and all the technology that solve all the problems. Like I'll just give an example with YouTube. They need to do the same thing. If it was really all about that, then that's what they'd have them doing. So it is Twitch. It's about time that they did do more of a corporate takeover of the company, in my opinion, because it clearly isn't working. And the funny thing is, when it comes to some of the more major cultural and drama related issues which are all going to go on and affect, like we are about to have an apocalypse on Twitch. I know there's people denying it, but it is about to happen. I 100% guarantee. I've been right about fucking everything that's happened in the world of Twitch and streaming over the last several years. Everything that I said was going to happen is going to happen. I told people are going to change these contracts for exclusivity years before it happened, because it's what the competition is doing and they can't compete. It's going to happen, this apocalypse thing. It just is. But anyway, what was my point with that? My point was that how Twitch got to it in its current position in the culture and got purchased by Amazon was a small group of people created a platform called Justin TV. The idea, the vision of Justin TV, mostly created by a guy called Justin, was that it was going to be like Big Brother, but for everybody. Anyone would be able to share anything going on in their life. And people would just stream 24/7 everything that was going on in their lives. You could share whatever you wanted on Justin TV. They tried to do it, and they created the technology. But what very quickly started to happen was people was committing crimes, setting things on fire, bullying people, tormenting old ladies, tormenting strangers in the street, causing chaos, doing horrific, disgusting, scummy, immoral things. And it was too unwieldy, and no venture capital firm and no company interested in doing a buyout would go near him with a 10-foot pole because of how fucked up everything was going on the platform. Sound familiar, chat? So what they smartly figured out was that they should rebrand, because they figured out that one of the most popular things on the platform was actually gaming. And actually speedrun content, in particular, even in like StarCraft and stuff like that, was some of the most popular things. And they realized if they made it all about gaming, it would be brand safe and it would attract advertisers, and they could avoid all of the horrific things. And it was like the most popular thing on the site anyway, right? So they made it into Twitch and they made it all about gaming. And it is the Twitch brand that's all about video games that got them bought by Amazon and got them in a situation where they are now. And what have they done ever since? Well, all of those founders, the actual smart people that figured all this shit out in the first place, got a paycheck and left. And all the dumb fucks that have come ever since have been figuring out ways to slowly turn Twitch into what they figured out didn't work in the first place. They're just now trying to figure out how to turn Twitch into Justin TV. And so all of the controversy, doesn't matter whether it's sex content or terrorist propaganda or anti-Semitism or racism or committing crimes or whatever, everything you see in the news that headlines about, regardless of anyone's view on it, one way or the other, it don't matter what people's politics are, the point is, it comes from all of the shit that isn't playing video games. It should never have been fucking... It should always just have been video games. And yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk about why Dan Clancy and Twitch will just see their own demise unless there's a major change. We all laugh that the Truman Show is starting to be real. True. Definitely starting to be real. It's undeniable that people find that type of thing absolutely captivating. It's just a shame that creating platforms that enable people to do that is very difficult to do without also allowing some horrific things, which is why it takes insane moderation. And yeah. Right. We've got a lot of wood now. So why has the weather been so terrible for so long? What's up, Diablo? Sorry, I saw you say hello ages ago and I never said hello back, so I was in the middle of a gigantic rant. Yeah. I had a laugh when they did that. We added filters and tags for your streams. So now you can add your content to adult, and suddenly you saw girls sitting only in nothing but bottoms of streaming or body painting, and that was the main view of Twitch. Yeah, like, so I like, it's, all this stuff is funny because it's like, I have no problem with political content inherently. I have no problem with like sexual content, with this whole e-girl type thing, with you know, even if it's kind of some kind of like softcore porn or whatever. I have nothing wrong with that. Like, I fully support anyone wanting to do what they want with their body, and if their business model is some form of sex work, whether it's sat in a bikini or otherwise, I think that's fine. I have no problem with it. But I don't understand why Twitch doesn't seem to understand that, like, all of the controversies that are pushing advertisers away from the platform come from all of these categories of content that don't need to be there in the first place. I mean, what's the Twitch logo right now? Is it still a controller or whatever? Was it ever a controller? I'm getting it mixed up with Discord. No, it's a face, isn't it? I think getting it mixed up with Discord. But Twitch is supposed to all be about gaming. You know what I mean? And look, some of the best stuff I watch isn't gaming content. But I'm just talking purely from a business perspective. It doesn't really make sense. Like I just explained on the big rant I just went on the story time we just did. The people that created Twitch in the first place went through this a long ass time ago. They already figured out allowing anything doesn't work. And they figured out that gaming content's the solution. They're going backwards. And all of the stuff, like, I also think it's really funny, chat. Like, with like the chat I was just brought up about, you know, body painting and stuff like that, right? I also look at that and find it very funny. Like, when I see a girl, like, streaming, like, the recent meta of just, like, having a second camera pointed at your ass while she's, like, walking on a treadmill or something like that. What drives me crazy is, like, people do, like, crazy misogynistic incel rants against the actual women doing this stuff. When it's like, bro, your problem is with Twitch. What the fuck are you talking about? It's their fault if they have such shitty policies that all you have to do is go through these little loopholes, or if they don't moderate evenly, they have like biased moderation. It's fucking Twitch's fault. All of those girls are just earning money to pay the bills. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. So it's funny to me. Like, I see that and it's dumb and it's silly and it's whatever, but I don't judge the people that do it because I know it's Twitch's fault. Like, I'll watch that shit sometimes. I'm a dude. I don't care. It's not my main thing I consume. But what the fuck? There's no problem with a girl sat there in a bikini and do whatever the fuck she wants if Twitch allows it. We're talking about a reality where most people watch porn. Who gives a fuck? We all do that. It's just, it's Twitch as a company that are fucking clueless. How are we going to turn this into a nice little flat piece of land to build on? Feels very bumpy. Get there eventually. It looks so bad though. Does anyone feel like the average bumpiness of land in the meadows has increased over time? Oh, it's gonna be so annoying. I guess we just do it. Maybe we can do terrace builds. Yeah. I swear meadows never used to be this bumpy. Like, how flat can we even get this is the question. Oh, we can get it pretty flat. You know, years ago, when I was pretty into Escape from Tarkov. Yes, more bumps in the meadows and fewer pillars in the plains now. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's always either coast bumpy or a slope. What's the current world record on speedrunning for game Tafada? I don't remember. Not been speedrunning Tafada yet. I think there's still only one time on the leaderboard last time I checked. Yeah, years ago when I was getting into Tarkov, I used to watch the streamer and YouTuber Pestily a lot. And he regularly does these like big subathons on Twitch. And they used to be really big streams on Twitch for a while. I think he's kind of earned so much money, he kind of chills a bit now with the content, it feels like to me. But he used to do these streams that used to go do crazy numbers on Twitch where he'd do like subathons. And I remember, this is like quite some years ago now, way before Valheim ever came out. He was saying that, so one of the things that people became like kind of the meta in the Tarkov Twitch community is that it's such a meme how long it takes to load into a raid anyway in Tarkov that people just started running ads while they're loading into a raid because why not? It's just a load screen, right? Kind of a joke because we're layering on. This is full on what people call the enshittification of everything, right? Because you're layering on like it's fucking shit that Tarkov takes that long to load and it's shit how Twitch's ad system works. But you marry them two together and you get something special that makes someone a lot of money, right? So you every time when he did these big subathons of thousands of people watching, and he would run an ad when he was loading in, and he said that he started to run out of ads to serve. Because that's how ad markets work. People invest a certain budget into the ad space and they say they want a target like this demographic. Once that amount of money has been paid out, it's over. And so does this one streamer doing that, which I forget how many people we're talking about, but there's like plenty of streamers that get way more viewers than Pestily. And this was when Twitch was still growing. Not like now. And he would actually run out of ads. So that's how badly things have been going at Twitch for a long time. There's fuck all ads to serve in the first place. So imagine if you're in that fragile of situation where advertisers have such little interest in you that it's actually possible to run out of ads to serve in one stream. Imagine then being like, yeah, I think we should just do softcore porn and terrorist propaganda. I think that's awesome. What? I don't have numbers or data to prove it, but it feels like there's still pillars though. Nick, let's assume this there is a sphere. What does that mean? Okay, this is a nice patch of land, isn't it? We can build there. We'll get rid of the stone. I should probably stop talking about things that are so controversial before I get myself in trouble. We're a gaming channel. Whoever set me off, it's your fault. I probably set myself off, didn't I? Because I was talking about ads. I think all of this started because I was like, I wish I could turn ads off for you guys on Twitch, but yeah. Lol. Now let's stretch this spherical there until it's infinitely rigid 2D plane. Right, okay, I see what's happening, right? Okay, I understand. All right, so just so chat on YouTube understands, we're talking to No Bonaga on Twitch, and he says, Nick, let's assume there is a sphere. It will have average wind resistance. Oh, shit. Oh, well, that's what I get by reading chat while cooking. Now let's stretch this spherical there until it's infinitely rigid 2D plane. It will no longer be able to turn without breaking. Yeah? Where is this going? Congratulations, they can no longer be looped. Nice. This is pretty flat now, isn't it? It wasn't that crazy. My God, if I want to stream some game development and actually get some work done tonight, we'll have to get going. You guys want to see me make a video game? Chat. If I stream it, I'll be streaming it on my other channel. I really feel like with gaming content, not having a camera sometimes even makes sense because it's kind of more immersive. Although that is not the intention today. My camera, the adapter that allows me to put my camera in, just fucking broke. With game dev content, I feel like there's a lot of me just talking to chat if we're explaining something. So I feel like being on camera makes even more sense, but I don't even have the option right now. Let's build a house first. And then we'll see how we feel. Thank you, though, everybody, for watching the stream today. I really appreciate it. In fact, we haven't even done the usual thing for reminding people how to support the content, because I've been ranting for so long. We're like 35 minutes past the 3-hour mark. But usually, should we have like a nice... What's a nice pose? This is a good one. This is how I used to watch my streams without camera. It is really nice. I actually really like no-cam content in general. Both on Twitch and YouTubers videos and live streams. It depends. Sometimes it's better to have a camera for my personal enjoyment. Building channels don't add any right angles. Oh my God. Anyway, guys, I'm going to remind people the way that they can support the content financially, because it is the financial support of our community that allows me to continue living the dream and making content for you guys. So if you would like to help keep the dream alive and me being able to continue to do this for you guys, one of the best ways is on Patreon at patreon.com/NickRawcliffe. Patreon allows you to do a monthly donation, sort of like a Twitch sub, except you can do it for any amount of money, even as little as $1. And how it works is, for example, if you were to subscribe at the $1 level right now, you donate $1 to me right now, then you'll be donating $1 a month on the first of every month from then onwards until you cancel your subscription, and you can cancel it any time. Patreon is actually going to quite soon change to a model where your subscription is going to be at the time that you subscribed, so just bear that in mind. I have no control over that. They're doing that for everyone soon. By becoming a patron, you get access to 2 private Valheim servers, a survival server and a build server. The build server is no reset. We've got epic builds on there that have been going on for years, and it's never ever going to be reset. We're going to preserve that for historical reasons, and you can go and walk around them, add to the cool builds. The survival server you can use to gather mats, and that gets reset with major content updates, and it just got a fresh reset yesterday. We'll be doing a stream on there pretty soon to play with some patrons on there. You also get invited to play Valheim with me live on stream when we do server streams like that as well for being a patron. The second best way to support the content is just by doing donations. There's a link in the description, or you can do !donate in the chat for that and just use the Streamlabs link. It's the best way. You can do a one-off contribution because your money goes the furthest, meaning that they take the smallest cut basically. So !donate, link in the description for that. Oh, thank you so much, Max. You're a legend.
Well, since you've given me a lot of stuff to watch and for all the tips and tricks, here's my contribution to you, laughing face.
Oh, thank you so much for the $5, mate. You're a legend. Thanks so much, Max. I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the content and keeping the dream alive, bud. Glad you're like their tips and tricks. Actually, I'm working on a new tips and tricks video. So I appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, last but not least, you can do what Max just did, and you can support on YouTube with YouTube memberships or super chats. So you can do the same thing on Twitch with Twitch bits and Twitch subs. That's all good stuff too. Members do get access to random behind the scenes content. We tried to do a Stalker 2 stream the other night, but we got sabotaged by the mod creator of the mod that I was using. I started the stream and there was an update had just come out that morning for the mod that made it incompatible with my game version. And I tried to, like I could, to fix it, but I couldn't. And so they basically de facto freaking corrupted my game, and it was like 155 gigs. So I had to cancel the stream. So we're going to be doing that stream again sometime soon for members. But I also post like random videos just to be like, I randomly get fish and chips in one video. I answer like loads of YouTube comments in a video and show you sort of behind the scenes and doing that kind of stuff. I show you how to do a specific effect in a video in a different one. Just like random ass behind the scenes stuff, but generally we just like play video games or whatever. And yeah, if you can't afford to support the content financially, the best way you can help out for free is to just head over to the YouTube stream, smash like, smash subscribe. It's the best way to help me for free, because it makes it more likely my content show up in the recommended feed. And you can also join the Discord to make sure you don't miss any live streams or videos. Exclamation Discord in the chat link in the description. And if you haven't noticed, I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So regardless of whichever platform you want to watch on is fine with me. If you're trying to find the opposite platform, if you're on Twitch and you're trying to find YouTube or vice versa, check the description. Oh, Nobunaga just got himself timed out somehow by the bot. Did he accidentally put a dot with no spaces because bots are dumb and can't figure out what a link is? Well, it's actually not bots. It's Odin does not want me to get off this topic because it's actually Twitch that linkifies anything with dots in, not the bot. So, well, I'm trying not to talk about it. I'm trying not to talk about how fucking dumb Twitch is, but it keeps coming up. Help me through the swamp back in my noob days. Oh, nice. When in doubt, blame Fluffy. Oh, it's a magic trick to make yourself disappear. Nice. Good job, dude. Right. So I'm trying to think like what kind of house I want to build. I actually don't know, chat. Maybe we just do it. I was thinking about something traditional and Viking looking, but my problem with builds like that is that they can become a sort of impractical over time. You know what I mean? Because I don't like how they sort of limited around the edge of the walls. So maybe we make something pretty square for now. We're just making it worse apparently here. This is just garbage. We're building a vice. Thought half walls was help with my elevation. I'm probably... You know what I think I actually might do? I've just come up with a cool idea. Because I have a problem with getting well into builds and stuff. Which is that sometimes it just feels kind of like annoying to go all in on a certain build type and then kind of it just feel like empty when you're at the start of the game. And then some things are sort of like annoying. You just feel like you're constantly rebuilding as you progress. Oh my god. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just build a square, right? And we're going to build like a sort of traditional old style house. Might start out looking quite shit until we get some of the later game mats. Oh, how have I messed the direction of my planks up? Because I've done it wrong over here. No, I've done it wrong over here. We can do it. We can make a modular house. So when we want to expand it, we can make another square or another, or maybe even a circle and connect it via a corridor. Sort of like the International Space Station. But traditional old style houses. That's what I think I want to do. Yeah, like just building modules. So to start off with one basic module, considering we're mega early days anyway at the minute. And then we can keep it going forever, basically, until we have like a giant mansion. Made up of modules. So you're gonna make the capital of Cyrodiil in Oblivion? Oh my god, I love that game so much. We need to do an Oblivion stream. It's like one of my favorite games of all time. But yeah, basically bot square. That's a very good idea though. I mean, I'm thinking it's sort of doing it various shapes, but like that's obviously like a big one and then little things coming off it. We could do that eventually. Same concept. How do you decide which is the front is? Which the front is, chat? I think it should probably be here, honestly, just because this is the sort of side we're using. Towards the sea. I was kind of thinking that because it's where we're going to be coming in from shipping. Now, I'm going to have a door on this side, and I think maybe we actually have like a nice window to look out at the sea. Something like that. You can always add more doors. Exactly. With the modular design ethic, everything is possible. Oh my god.
Not a holiday for y'all, but thanks for all the streams.
Holy shit, Sea Wage. That's insane. That's like $100 in bits, dude. Is that a mistake? Holy. That is absolutely insane. It's been years since I've seen that kind of support on Twitch. Thank you so much. That is absolutely insane. Thanks so much for the support, Seaways. It's so generous. That really, really helps me out, mate. You legend. Thanks so much for supporting the content and keeping the dream alive. Very, very generous, bud. You've been around in this community for a long ass time. Worth every penny, my dude. You make such great content. Oh, that is very nice of you to say. I do try. But thank you so much. That is very generous. And well, I don't earn mega bucks here making content. So $100 is definitely a big deal to me. So thank you. I think once we're happy with the house, I might change over to doing some game development, do some work on the game engine. For anyone that is interested in tech and the development stuff, I recently sacked off my game engine. I was making a game with Game Maker. And randomly decided to learn C for the first time, which is sort of evolved/devolved into me just making a game engine. I said, fuck it, I'm not even gonna use an engine to make my game. I'm gonna make my own. So I'll probably do a little bit of work on that tonight before I go to bed, and I might stream some on Owlface Games channel. Considering we're just talking about it, I'll spam it again. So to anyone that actually doesn't know, before I'd made content... Oh, shit. I'm not... Hang on. I'm going to put some links in the chat. Before I was a content creator, I was a game developer. I've been a game developer for like a decade. And I'm working on my own game at the minute. But I've decided to start making game dev content. So on this Twitch channel and on this YouTube channel, I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So If you'd rather watch on YouTube than Twitch, then you can just go for this YouTube channel that I'm also about to link. I've started streaming some of my game dev journey on Twitch and YouTube on these channels. It's called Owlface Games. That's my fake game company. So if you're interested, head over there. I'm going to stream some tonight. I'll probably post it one more time, just like at the end of the stream, because we'll just try and transition over to it right away. But yeah, I simul stream on both those channels, on Owlface Games channels on Twitch and YouTube. Just doing random game dev stuff. But the game dev streams, just to be clear, like, if you're somebody that is, you know, tech-minded and you're interested in development in the first place. Oh, thank you for the follows on the Owlface Games channel. Thank you so much. Keeps, thank you. If you're a developer and you're someone interested in that kind of stuff, you know already, right? You know you're interested in it, or you and you probably are if you do that kind of a thing. But to anyone that isn't in that world, to be clear, it's not like super dry, you know, boring stuff necessarily. We're still just chilling, having a conversations like we do doing this. And, you know, I want it to be sort of educational. I want people to ask questions about game development and game design and answer them. So, like, we can do it. It can be turn into a Q&A at any moment if people have questions. And also, I know, obviously, I'm making my game specifically. So if you have questions about my game and you want to know anything about that, it can be a good place for that. Although at the minute I am just writing C code, so it's, you know, we are doing that at the end of the day. But I think it's interesting. It's not going to be interesting for everybody, but I think it still is interesting for people that aren't necessarily developers. And at the end of the day, it's still a chill hang with the community. I decided what I'm going to do yet for a chimney. Someone asked, is it the first time you're building something this big? Nah, built massive things before. I'm playing this game for a long ass time. It's just I'm a speedrunner and a challenge runner, so I don't get to do like casual gameplay that much. So we're just chilling. Have you learned from our Lord and Savior Brian Kernighan and Dennis Ritchie? Yeah, you could say so. I'll try. Well, you know, I don't even know. Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a journey. You know what it? You know what it is. Honestly. Becoming a Vim user. It's just been like, I redid my whole development workflow from starting using Vim and becoming addicted to using Vim. I'm still no Vim expert. I'm still a Vim noob, right? But, you know, I've been making games with Game Maker for like a decade. Might put the chimney like here. Try Space Emacs. I think I did. I did try Emacs for a while. I can't remember if I tried Space Emacs. I remember being on the website looking at the download. But I'm loving NeoVim. I actually got sacked off LunaVim the other day and just did my own NeoVim config. I'm really happy with it. You know what happened though? It's sort of like from starting to work. Well, it's all complicated. We can definitely get into it. I'm trying to think of the best place to start this conversation. But obviously, yeah, I've been working with Game Maker for like a decade. So I'm very aware of like what it's good at and what it's bad at. And I just feel like over time, as the years have gone on, I've found myself figuring out workflows for different projects that almost revolve around trying to fundamentally I don't know. I feel you, Sea-Wage. Space Emacs is awesome. It is awesome. I've looked into it enough to know it's awesome. And I feel you. I know you know what you're talking about, so I know you would never be trying to claim, you know, ID superiority. Because it's generally nonsense. But, yeah, so I just found that, like, yeah, so much of me figuring out, like, nice workflows and stuff for certain projects, increasingly over time, have become about trying to use GameMaker as little as possible. And on this current project I'm working on now, Earth and Heart, my game, it's become even more so because I fundamentally wanted to work a way that GameMaker doesn't do, right? So I created a whole different development pipeline for managing color palettes, where I'm using command line tools to extract color data out of palette images so that I can just change the color of palette images and the game, and like the command line tools just convert that to text data, and then I'm pulling those into GameMaker. So I can have a whole system for managing color palettes so that I never have to color a sprite, essentially. It can all be done in a Game Boy color palette and done in real time. And it's all inspired by the success in the Pirate Software Game Jam that I had, where I made like one of the top, well, I got maximum marks by the judges, right? And the fact that people liked that. And so it's even more so this time around. Not only does have a, you know, as the project become trying to use GameMaker the least, I'm doing like, you know, I'm doing so much out of GameMaker. We're doing things it doesn't even do. It just increasingly just felt like I'm like almost never opening GameMaker, basically. And when I do, it just feels dumb. It's like, okay, let's open the GameMaker ID and add an object. Like, it feels fucking stupid. I can't do this on the command line or whatever. Like, it just seems silly at this point. So that's definitely part of it. And that aspect of it did 100% come about from learning Vim. 100%. I mean, there's no doubt about that. That's just facts. Because they're starting to use Vim was what got me in this place where I'm spending the entire time in the terminal. Had a great time watching Tinker. Oh, thank you. Oh, with game dev stuff? That's even more awesome. Yeah, so it just started to feel like silly, right? It's just like, really? Like, I'm opening GameMaker just to add a sprite, and then I'm closing the ID immediately. I'm creating an event and closing the ID immediately. And it's just like, it's just like, I don't know, it seems off. And then there's also like, oh yeah, the game for the Game Jam. Yeah, I remember, Jeremiah, you were there with us a lot. Appreciate that, mate. Glad you liked it. It was a lot of fun doing that Game Jam. I'm still going to make a video about that at some point. Um, I spent most of my early career hopping between the servers, so I had to use VI whether I like it or not. So it's home for me. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I spent my entire career trapped inside shitty IDEs that are buggy as fuck with the worst UI imaginable, so it feels like heaven now. Yeah, so that's definitely part of it anyway, just being like, this feels dumb. The fact that I can like do so much of my work without ever touching it, without ever, you know, opening anything else other than my terminal. It just feels like silly when I do. But then I kind of, also like, I've always realized like for years, at a certain point from, like, I'm not the Game Maker Power user I used to be because I don't do it every single day as a job anymore, but I still fucking know the engine super well. And just, if I did work the same hours as I do put into content, you know, I'd be back there immediately. But my point is just that this looks nice, by the way. My point is just that I kind of also had a realization that after a certain amount of time, of making games and stuff in Game Maker, and in other engines too, I don't, whatever it is about me, I'm almost never happy with just like the default feeling of the physics. Whatever the engine is they use, the physics engine, and I'm saying that, I'm not saying that I don't know, I'm saying it's all different. Doesn't matter what the engine is. Whatever their physics system is out of the box, their system for implementing gravity or friction or whatever, like I generally don't like it. Feels generic. And I just wind up coding my own anyway in their engine, in their bespoke language that's, you know, C flavored or Python flavored or whatever, right? And I was kind of thinking, like, I'm like doing so much on my own anyway. Like, what, like, when you think about it, like, what am I really even using these fucking engines for? And recently, I've been, you know, because I'm actively making a game, I've been trying to, you know, I'm a self-taught programmer, right? To the point where it almost feels silly to call myself a programmer, but I obviously am. You know, but I don't have any formal education. I'm self-taught. But because I'm self-taught, I'm always wondering whether, like, the conclusions I've come to on things just intuitively are right or at least good, because oftentimes things are a matter of opinion. So, like, I find myself quite often, like, Googling things, like, what's best practice in this scenario? Like, is this good? What do people do in this scenario? This kind of a thing, right? And I find myself watching a lot of content about it. And, you know, I'm constantly trying to figure out, like, you know, what is good code? What does it look like? What does it mean? Right? And recently, it's gotten me onto a couple of things. So I'm trying to figure out how to do the best work, right? I'm trying to make the best game possible, ultimately. But I'm trying to make the quality of work good as well, right? And so, for example, another key part of it, I guess I've not described yet. Is it not? Is this early or late? I've been yapping. Where do we put the bed, do you think? Another key part of it has also been, because I've been trapped in Game Maker for such a long time, put it on a shelf. Use the Shadows of Human Sundial. I'm just gonna put the bed here. How about that? Yeah, one of the other things is that because I've been trapped inside Game Maker for so many years, I've just always felt limited by GML, basically. Like I always want to improve, or I want to get better at whatever it is I'm doing, whether it's content, music, making games, whatever. And I've never, until recently, had the opportunity to put much time into learning other languages. So I decided to try Rust because people rave about Rust. They're like Rust evangelicals, right? So part of my game right now is Rust. I made a Rust program, and I found a really cool Rust library for procedurally generating level data, basically. And so I've created a Rust program that procedurally generates level data. I pull into the game and I use it to generate levels. That's what I had done, and I used that in combination with Game Maker. So for the game, I started using Rust, and there are lots of things I like about Rust, but you know, part of me just felt like, doesn't some of this like look a bit weird, like the code? And I'm trying to like tidy my code and figure out how to write good code in a language that I'm completely new to, right? And I noticed a few people online say that they feel like Rust is a little bit verbose. And so keeping following this trend of me trying to figure out what good code is and sort of how to keep getting better. I also sort of realized that a big part of it, basically there's lots of people feel differently about it, but there's a huge element to it that where people just feel like, people talk about like readable code and clean code and all this stuff, and I just sort of realized that clearly a big part of it is just like the choice of language. And some people prefer certain languages because of their readability and simplicity. So to a certain extent was like, maybe I should try a different language maybe I will create a different microservice for my game in a different language other than Rust. So that's like where my head was at. And then one of my favorite game dev YouTubers is called JDH. It's fucking amazing YouTuber. He does all kinds of awesome things. And it's all to... And he basically works almost exclusively in C. Yeah. Let's start filling up these chests inside now. We should probably make a little exterior area to store wood. Like a lean-to area. Shouldn't we? But anyway, I was watching one of JDH's videos. Legend. Love it. One of my favorite content creators right now. And I was looking at the code and I was just like, this looks so easy to read and so like clear to me what everything is going on. And it was C. And it brought me back to when I first sat down to try and learn video games. To learn how to make video games. Ironically, knowing nothing about it almost led me to the exact right position that I'm in now. Because I'd heard about C and C++, right? And I literally like sat down like how to make a game in C++ and I tried to. And it led me down a path of people recommending SDL and this, that, and the other. And I just never got anywhere. And everyone else was recommending using engines. So I just went, and that's how I ended up with GameMaker eventually. I'm summarizing. But I thought of that and I was like, that's funny. Like, this is actually what I started out trying to learn. But I sort of essentially got told it wasn't a good idea for whatever reason. So I just decided to give it a shot. And after, frankly, following a couple of guys, wound up in a position where I'm making my own engine, decided that I already did a proof of concept of something that's good enough to make my game, so fuck it. That's one whole, that's a summary of like a lot of thinking that led me down a certain path. But there's more to why I've decided to do what I'm doing as well than just that. Because another huge reason why I've ended up. Oh, I don't know how many of these I have. Would be nice to use these. But yeah, another thing is like I love watching interviews and conversations with either famous game developers or just like really talented programmers to try and learn from them, their insights. And over the years, from various interviews and conversations with people like John Carmack and Jonathan Blow, and then aside from those guys, just like a few other people that are talented programmers on the internet. For ages, I've heard them all talk about this sort of idea that tech is essentially in decline and that everything is all just getting shitter, that there's a general enshittification of everything. And I'm aware that it's controversial and people have very mixed feelings on it. But I've listened to a lot of people discuss things like, for example, how software is like so much software is like built on top of all these like different libraries made by all different people, and we're just like rapidly getting to a point where like no one really fucking understands how anything works anymore, and how like certain knowledge is being lost and this, that, and the other. And so how it basically leads to people making games or any applications or websites really that essentially run like shit unnecessarily because there's so many layers of abstraction that they're sitting on top of and no one really understands how to fix it. And anyway, it's just been like a general concern I've been hearing about for a few years really. And I suppose I've started to believe them a little bit. This looks nice. And anyway, after listening to lots of talks around this topic over the years, I've now started to believe in the enshittification of everything, basically, to summarize it in a much less smart way than the people that discuss it. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. The Warbler. Thank you. Wow, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. We get to see you just play the game. Normally, I'm honored. First time catching the stream here. Oh, nice. Thanks for stopping by. It is a rare event. We're always speedrunning and doing challenges. We never just play the game. Anyway, to cut a long story short, all on the topic of the enshittification of everything. How's it going, man? Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. But basically, I was thinking about what the solution. It seems to be something that sounds like a genuine problem in society that's gonna, you know, specifically relating to tech and programming. It sounds like it's only gonna get worse, not better. And I was thinking what the solution is, and I was watching more talks on it, listening to more people talk about it. And it kind of just made me think, well, I think the solution is developers have to kind of agree to, well, not agree. There just needs to be a kind of a cultural shift where people just kind of decide to do things on their own. In a way that doesn't contribute to it. And making my own engine is a way for me to make a game that isn't contributing to the enshittification of everything. And then the other aspect of it also is just like, I listened to this Jonathan Blow talk about how basically he was saying that people will tell you that you shouldn't make your own tech and that you shouldn't make your own engine because all of these are like conveniences that save you lots of time. But he was explaining that actually if there's like various ways that the system doesn't do what you want it to do, it can actually wind up getting in the way. And so if you made your own system that does exactly what you want, you might actually save time by it just working how you want it to work. And based on everything that I was just explaining before about how much time I just put into making a whole custom pipeline, I was just thinking like that is exactly what I've just been through. And I was like, maybe it's actually, I think he actually is right. And people do not get told when you learn game development to learn to make your own engine. And they'll even tell you that that's dumb. And it's because it's so hard and so technical, right? And I gotta say, it's not been hard. Like, I'm staggered by how easy it has been to get where, as far as I've gotten with it so far. So I'm starting to believe this whole theory as to the development world being full of all of this propaganda that's contributing to things getting worse and worse and working shitter and shitter, and games and programs just running like shit. Let me catch up on the chat. I've been yapping again. Guess though, if you specialize in learning the abstraction layers, you could make it as a software dev who can optimize and rebuild a custom solution. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a separate topic if we're talking about a career and the job market. It would be a skill set that not many other devs would have who relied on those technologies without studying them first. Yeah. Jonathan Blowy is something else. And sitting complaining about the ghosting you get from something like Unreal to your average dude. Exactly. But this is a really good example. I mean, this is the sort of thing that I've been interested in that has led me to a point where I'm now making my own engine for my game. Yeah, exactly. Also, seen a rare person advise people to make their own engine. Not many though. It's because I'm not unique in this case. You're right. There is there's a growing movement, and I think of people saying that, and I think it's going to keep growing, and I think it's because of everything that I was just talking about. I think there's actually a lot of people that are coming to the same conclusion. What am I making? I'm making a game that is basically, it's a 2D pixel art game in sort of a Game Boy Color art style, where the game is basically, imagine something akin to like Stardew Valley if it was in a gigantic roguelike world. So it's a game where basically you build a little village yourself. It's not like the village won't pre-exist like in Stardew. You actually, the point of the game, sort of like Dinkum or something like that, you sit and build a village to attract villagers, kind of like you do in Dwarf Fortress or something. So you sit and build a village and farm. So it's like a village builder / farming sim game. But in order to gather the resources for the village and the farm, you have to send the villagers out into the world in order to gather those resources. It's quite a unique idea. I've not seen a game like it, which is why it's harder to describe. But basically, in order to build with your village, you have to send villagers out into the open world, and it's like a gigantic roguelike randomly generated world. And if you get to play as each villager, so you send them out to go and collect wood, you'll send them to a forest, right? You have to travel to that forest on the map, take an axe with you, chop the tree down. If you survive and you come back to the village, all of those resources that villager got get added to the village stockpile, and you can build with them. If it dies, you lose that villager forever and all of the resources it's had on them. So it's like a weird sort of a twist between sort of a extraction game / roguelike / Stardew Valley. I came up with the idea. I'd really been playing a shitload of Tribes of Midgard, which is like a roguelike type game. I've been playing some Dwarf Fortress, and then I was playing Dinkum, and all at the same time, basically. And I was like, So you will actually play, so when you're basically, the way to think about it is you break the game down into basically 2 sections: the village section and then the open world, the wilderness, right? In the village section, you are just doing city builder stuff, but it's a little village where you farm and everything, and you're not in control of any one villager. It's just like a top-down thing where you're building a village, and the villagers go about and automatically go about their business, and you build the village and stuff, right? But if you want something, you have to pick a villager and say you want to send him out, embark on an adventure. Once you picked him, you choose anything from the stockpile to equip him with. So you gear him up. And when you send him out into the wilderness, you get a world map screen where you choose where you're sending him. And then when you're out in the world, you actually play as that villager. So you'll choose a point of interest on the map, and the villager will travel to that point of interest automatically. So there'll be some events that might be able to happen in that time. But once he reaches that point of interest, let's say it's a forest or a cave or a dungeon or something. Once you enter it, you play as that villager. The game's called Earthen Heart. If you're interested, I have a Discord with not much up there yet, but I'm hoping to get a Steam page up pretty soon. I think we just have to start dumping ditching stuff in these chests, and we'll sort it out another time. Cool idea. Well, later would be eventually be able to send out more than one villager. No, we're not going to add things to my game design from the chat thing. More thought as to go into it. But I appreciate the interest. Wait, I shouldn't take my hammer. I should have a hammer on me so I can destroy some of this stuff and move it all inside. I put a lot of thought into this design. I started working on the game design over a year ago. I've been making games for a really long time, so it's not my first rodeo of this stuff. Random. The fish just ended up just splatted on the wall like that. But yeah, it's probably going to be a while. We're very early in their development. Oh, I did the same thing again where I took my goddamn hammer. I mean, well, just never try making a game though, but it's a whole different ballpark. Yeah, it definitely is. But making mods is a good start. A really good place to start. It's kind of like comparing it to anything, though, in a way. Game dev is one of those things. We have conversations like this all the time whenever I stream game development for people. It's sometimes hard to summarize well. Hopefully I get better at it, but it's almost like speaking another language, you know. It's like it's there are transferable skills with other areas of development, obviously. If you, you know, done any sort of development, you are in a, you know, potentially a much, no, definitely a much better spot, right, than someone that hasn't done any if they're trying to learn to make games. But they are very much their own thing. There's like loads of like really weird things to do in making games that is like less about the... There obviously are lots of technical hurdles that are specific to making games, but it's more like game design is kind of the hardest thing, really. It's you never really know how to make a game until you've finished several games, in my opinion. As someone that's made a bunch of games over the years, it's a really odd, weird thing. It's like to hold the ideas in your head, to sort of understand how things slot together. You know, it's I don't think there is anything else like it exactly that will transfer well. And yeah, it's a thing, but it's also a lot of fun. It's also one of the worst jobs you could ever have, to work for somebody else if you don't work at the right company, which is why I don't do it for a living. But as an individual, working as a sole developer on his own project, because I'm passionate about it and it's just something I want to do in life, not for the money, not for the career, I love it more than basically anything else. The only thing that comes close is doing content creation. What I'll prefer in content creation to game dev is how the results, so you see the results much sooner. It's probably why I still do it. I still love this too, but it's like content creation on a whole other level. This is not Bad Little House. You're right, making games definitely its own language. I couldn't wrap my head around making systems and breaking down things into small enough instructions to get the computer to do what I wanted it to. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely an aspect to that. I was read the same message twice. Yeah, I can imagine it's really different. I guess with mods, you work with one little part of a collective using a code base you can refer to, but making a game, you do it all yourself. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Making mods is a really good place to start with making games. It might actually be better than just starting out doing game maker tutorials or something. I think it's a really actually strong place to start from. And actually, like, if you're thinking about game dev as a career, I wouldn't like to give anyone career advice because I'm not a career person. I just want to always work for myself, and trying to work for myself is how I wound up working for somebody else doing game dev in the first place. Actually, that's a whole other long story. And now I'm glad I'm back on my own, even though I'm basically broke by comparison, but I love what I do and I wouldn't have it any other way. But my point was just that the way that you work, if you're making mods, working with a pre-existing code base actually probably transfers to the industry really well, because that's more comparable to the type of thing that you will be doing when you work on larger scale projects with lots of different people. But the way that mods are more fundamentally different is just that, like you said, the way that it's small part of it. It's just sort of like, unless you're doing a gigantic overhaul mod, the design scale is smaller. That's the fundamental thing. Got a decent looking sleeping box there. Yeah, mostly entry level game dev positions from what I've seen want a minimum of 2 titles. It's fucking stupid. Don't even get me started. I hate it. Like, dude, that's not entry level. It's so dumb, dude. Look, I think when so what happened with me, right, is I don't have a formal... We're going to wrap up this stream and go into the game dev stream soon. So I hope people... I know we've talked probably too much about game dev for some people in the chat, but hopefully the people interested in the game dev will come over to the Alphase Games channel shortly. But we'll finish this point and we'll wrap up. But I think we've made a nice house. But yeah, so like how I ended up getting into game dev, right? Like I have no formal education on it. I'm just getting old, I guess. But basically, I went to university for mostly music technology, but by the end I did a master's degree in music tech and computer music. And for people that don't really know what that is, it does involve programming. I essentially ended up doing things that revolve around sort of creating synthesizers and effects like reverb or something. That's a basic example, although that wouldn't cut it in what in my master's degree, but if there's something more creative than that. So I didn't know programming going into it, but by the time I finished my master's degree, I'd learned some Python and stuff like that and worked with different libraries. So I taught myself game dev. So after university, after my master's degree, I was trying to do my own little business, recording different musicians and producing music. Which I had a couple of clients. I wasn't earning a lot of money, but I was, you know, something. But whilst I was doing that, I taught myself how to make games just by watching YouTube guides, basically, and reading online. And it led me down a path. I was trying different game engines out, and I eventually settled on Game Maker because I wanted to make 2D games. Because I was inspired by the indie game movement, and I'd just seen Indie Game the movie and found it very inspiring. But I wrote a blog about it. And so I used to blog my progress of me learning, making my own game. And I was working on my own game at the time. And the idea was I'll make my own game and try and get it up on Steam. But somewhere along the line, you know, a friend of mine came round who was doing a master's degree, some sort of therapy, I can't remember what. And he, oh no, some sort of education maybe, because I think he was a teacher and he was doing a master's degree. And he said he had an idea of making a game as a learning device or something, and he wanted to see, he'd seen my blog and wanted to see how hard it was. So I came around and showed him, and his immediate take was like, fucking hell, this is crazy. I can't believe you figured this out, basically. Like, this is nuts. I can't do this shit. And he kind of just thought it was like hilarious. His take was like, nah, fuck this. But he happened to live with a guy that worked at a company who I did sort of know him through, you know, we had some mutual friends. And they were like a digital marketing agency that were wanting to get into making games. And they'd already started trying to hire a team to create a game company. And they were playing like college grads to make a game. So I got asked to go to an interview. And I was, you know, I was more interested in doing my own thing. But I went and I thought I might get a bit of freelance work that could fund my own projects. They just kind of want me to make some Candy Crush clone for them or something. But when I got to the company, I realized that the people they had on staff making games, I already had progressed a lot further than they had. This is only after about a year of just figuring it out myself. And so they had me kind of like go there was 2 different people, and they were working on a couple of different games, and both of them had lots of technical problems, and they had me sit down with them and try and help them fix them, and we helped them fix it. And anyway, to cut a long story short, I got offered like quite a senior position and a permanent job, where I would sort of like be just above those developers, where I would do my own things at the company, but I would also sort of help them. I would advise and help them fix any technical or design problems with their projects. And so that's what I did for a few years. And during that period of time, I forget how many games that I worked on, but it's several to completion. I probably worked on about 6 or 7 different games. So I had quite a lot of games under my belt. None of them really were commercial. Like, a lot of the games we made weren't. They were like browser games that were adverts and part of marketing campaigns. So like, you know, when we made a game for Domino's Pizza, you know, sometimes you play a game and you unlock a voucher, get a free pizza or something. Like, we made a game like that, for example. I wasn't the main on that. We did a lot of stuff like that. But we also made games on Steam and on iOS. And none of the games we did that were supposed to be commercial products, like the Steam games or the iOS games, were commercially successful at all. Like, we didn't sell any copies because the company had no marketing department whatsoever. They were just expecting us just to make them, and then apparently out of thin air people would buy them. I don't know what the thought process was. So the money only really came from the things that were used as advertising. But anyway, I'd shipped a bunch of games and finished them regardless. And when I was getting sick of it, and I was trying to step up in my career, it was like they wanted you to have shipped 6 AAA games and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? And like, no one gave a shit about hiring a game maker developer. You're a noob as far as they were concerned. And it is part of what put me off it. It's just like, it's fucking bullshit. And like, I would go to like networking events for other developers. There was someone started like a club for northern game developers. I can't remember what it was called, but he's like, I think that the lad that did it is now head of. He basically I forget what his job role is, but he works at Team 17. He's the guy that like finds game developers for Team 17 to publish. He started like a group for game developers up north in the UK, where we'd go and just talk. We'd meet up and do like show and tells and stuff and talk. And so we'd mingle with other developers, and like there would be people from EA and Ubisoft and really big studios. There was a studio at the time based in Manchester that made Alien Isolation. I can't remember what that name was for that studio, but they were there and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's just like, I love the people. I love the developers themselves. They're always the best people. But the industry is fucking stupid, man. It's just fucking stupid. And I was never interested in it. I just want to make cool things. And after a few years of basically working 5 different people's jobs, working day and night, constant crunch from one project to the next, I was in a really bad way. Mentally, physically, the least healthy I'd ever been. Horrific anxiety and panic attacks. Super stressful job. I fucking hated it. I wanted nothing to do with doing it. And when I eventually was made redundant because the company was never really made any money, the boss was like, you'll be fine, Nick. Like, you're great. You know, they always talked me up like I was so good, you know. They was super happy with me. Lots of things they would never have been able to do if it wasn't for me, you know. And they were like, you can get a job anywhere. And I was like, I never fucking wanted to work for any of these fucking companies. I was supposed to make my own game. That's all I ever cared about. So I just felt that like I don't know, like it was supposed to just be a little bit of work for me to fund do my own thing, and it consumed my entire life for years and made me miserable. And it just like I'm so glad I did it because I'm so much more experienced and have so much stuff under my belt that people like dream of having. That makes me a better developer and a better person, I think, as a whole. Having gone through that. But I never wanted to work for any other fucker. I've only ever wanted to run my own businesses and make games. You know, all I care about is making videos, hopefully doing fun live streams, making video games, making a bit of music, which because I'm making a game, I get to make music for the game, right? Does make the game see you, so it does. It's like a bug slide. So yeah, fuck it. If someone were to ask me any advice or whatever about the industry and jobs, don't fucking ask me. I don't know. I mean, I could probably give some advice, but if you want thoughts and advice about actually making a fucking game, which is all that should matter, then yeah, we can talk about it. It's true, Max. All right, guys. I'm going to wrap up this Valheim stream because we've mostly been talking about game dev now anyway. I'll see how I feel. I'm still full of this head cold. If I'm not over it, I really don't think I'm going to want to do some speedrun streams whilst I feel like shit. So if that's the case, slowest speedrun I've ever seen. True. So if that's the case, then I'll continue. I'll probably go into stream tomorrow. As long as my illness doesn't get worse, I'll stream tomorrow. But if I don't feel better, or if I don't feel like sufficiently well, we're just gonna continue this on, and we'll keep playing, just chilling for a bit whilst I get over this illness. If I feel a lot worse, I don't know if there's gonna be a stream, but there should be a stream tomorrow, and we're gonna continue playing Valheim. However, if you want to continue hanging out tonight, I'm going to end this stream, and as fast as I can, hopefully within... It ain't going to happen within mere seconds, but hopefully within a mere minutes, I'm going to be live on the Owlface Games channel. So if you want to keep hanging out and chatting, then head over to Owlface Games, Owlface_games. I'm spamming a link in the chat on Twitch or YouTube. I stream on both. I'm putting the links in the chat right now. If you want to watch on Twitch, you can watch on Twitch. If you want to watch on YouTube, you can watch on YouTube. I simulcast on both platforms, just like I am right now for Valheim. See you there. Oh, thank you, Alex. I hope you guys come and join me. I'm making my game. I'm working on my own engine in pure C at the minute. Just like a real Chad. I'm going to end this stream and I'm going to do some work on my game engine. And we can continue the talk. We can still talk about whatever you want. You can ask questions, whatever. Even if you don't care about development, if you like my content, you just like to have me on a second monitor, chill content, you like the sound of the voice or the chill vibe or whatever, it's still going to be that. We're just going to be doing a little programming. Thank you for the follow, Max. I appreciate that, mate. You subbed to Game Dev channel here. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I'm going to end the stream now and I'll be live. I need to just end the stream, set up the stream on those other channels, and I'll be back live. All right. So thanks a lot for watching. Don't forget to smash the like button if you're watching the VOD, and I'll see you on the Owlface Games channel for some game dev. See you shortly. Thank you. Thank you for the subs and the follows on the Game Dev channel. You're legends. I'll see you soon. Bye.